Emily, blessing the fork out of it.
Alright, welcome everyone. Thank you for taking your seats. If you need to get up and move at any time, feel free. I will be moving about the space. Shanté will be moving about the space as well. I like to move when I am thinking and talking, so I also might wiggle or snap, because that's how I translate energy as well as through speaking. Okay, so you are facilitators. I am a facilitator. How I like to integrate that and connect that with people is there's a big F in the room and everyone else is a little f, okay? So if you're sitting in a seat, you're a little f. I am the big F in the space. What? That's right. That is the specific connotation. And so when fuckery comes out, it is the big F's responsibility to take care of it. Okay? You as a little f are captain of your own ship, and anything that is coming up for you, you are dealing with. If you feel something is coming up for the collective, I am the big F in this space, and so I am going to take care of it. Alright, I have created a container ahead of time so that I know what is going on in the space. I have a team who is helping me hold this ship. Alright, so as a little f in this space, your role today is to learn. Alright, I'm a teacher of leaders. You are leaders, and I'm going to teach you the codes that I received on the ship that we took down to New Earth on Friday. Alright, so thank you for your grace, because this is the first time I'm doing this. Alright, there are 3 principles. The first one, intentionality, reciprocity. Some people know it as an IR sequence, okay? In teaching and learning, there's an IR sequence. Inquiry, response. Ask a question, you get a response, right? Hello? Ask a question, you get a response. So, in interaction, people are responding. There are things in conversation called continuers, all right? So, David is giving me one right now. He's nodding. All right? I am giving the intention by speaking, he's nodding, I know he's receiving. Inquiry, response, intention, reciprocity. That means there needs to be an action. All right? There needs to be some reciprocity. You'll often see good facilitators and good leaders wait because they're waiting for reciprocity. Or you'll see them start with a joke, right? Because they want to get the laughter. So they're getting a reciprocity from you. Does that make sense? All right. Make sense? Okay. What are the 2? Inquiry or intention, reciprocity or response. Okay? If this is too easy for you, for the advanced learners here, you may not even set an intention because you are the intention. You already are living the response. You already are living in your I am. Alright? If you are already living in your I am, you can bypass that because you're already in the flow. Alright? That's the advanced version. Got that? Alright. If some of you are like, what the hell is this? Watch the video later when you're ready. That's why we have a video log of this. Or if it isn't landing for you, just take, like I had one of my teachers say, this is not for vegans, eat the meat, spit out the bones. Right? So just take what works for you and then leave the rest. Okay? Okay. Intentionality, reciprocity. With individuals, we each have our own sovereignty and our own autonomy. when someone comes into your space and you create a circle, your circle as the big F that you are facilitating, you do not get to control or manipulate anyone. The circle will fall apart. You see it all the time. You see it all the time. The reason that it is falling apart is people are not giving, the big F is not giving enough choice. All right? So I always hold the big F accountable when groups fall apart. Yes, there's lots of little effing that happens. But it is the big F's job to pull it back together and to talk about that and create and share meaning so that we are all listening to understand and build connection together. All right? People get to decide when and how they come into a space. So we have to set up principles ahead of time in a space so that people know they can get up and walk out if they're not feeling comfortable. You have complete autonomy as the captains of your ships that you are rowing. As the big F, I'm saying, hey all y'all, you want to row in this direction? And if you're choosing, you're rowing with me, right? And then when you don't choose, you just push off with an oar and go your own way, all right? Intentionality, reciprocity. Very clearly set the bounds of the space so that you get what you want, all right? So much easier to do this with a team of people. I have a team that is helping me set this space and holding the space with me because all y'all are fucking incredible. Like, I don't even have words for how much energy is in this space right now. All of you are leaders and all of you are activated. So holding this container takes a lot of us. And that's just us big F's holding it, and all of you little F's are holding yourselves, and you have done your individual work. Yes? Yeah. You've done your work, which is why you're here. And which is why you will lead. Because we're over with the shitty leaders. It's not going to be allowed anymore. And we've already seen shitty leaders come down. And some of you are taking business classes because you know you are moving into the business world and you're going to start leading in business. Some of you know that you're going to start leading, you're going to start your own business, and you need a team around you. Right? Some of you know you have healing codes that you need to share with others, and you are going to bring a team around you. Right? You as a big F will be doing your own work. All right, everyone stand up, please. That's intentionality, reciprocity, inquiry response. A way that you can teach yourself how to hold on to this is to give yourself a muscle memory cue. So whatever that looks like for you, if you want to do it through your body, program intentionality, reciprocity somewhere so that you remember it, or simply tap. Some people do this through tapping, intentionality, reciprocity. Okay, I gotta set up the space when I do this. Or people do mudras, right? They'll do movements with their hand, or they'll click, right? Just some way to remember. Your brain has so much information coming in that you need some way to remember intentionality, reciprocity. So I'm going to give you a moment to figure that out for you, and then we'll move on. When you're ready, you can sit down. David Einstein, go ahead. You failed. 25. Thank you. Okay. You have failed to achieve the dude. I love that line so much.
I do that with people, I apologize.
Alright, I needed to see how much time we have, because some shit went down yesterday, and I want to know if we're going to be able to start the process in this space. Now, as a big F, I'm constantly reading the room and reading people, right? Now, something that I did outside that I'm going to point out now is I stepped into the circle and I walked around and I looked people in the eye as I was talking. What I was doing was intentionally putting myself in front of people so they could feel that I am gentle and I mean no harm, right? You do that by putting yourself in their space, right? And looking in their eyes if they have that available to them, right? What that also does is if I'm too intense for people, they will run. So that also gives them the chance to get out of my space. They're not ready for what I'm bringing, right? Once I have gone completely around the circle, I step out. Sorry, yeah. Then you step out. Okay, so why do I step out? Because then the circle is yours, right? So first I'm going around making sure everybody, well with this crew, it's making sure everybody's here in their bodies, right? Are you available for teaching? Stay with me, Ricky. So once you've gone around and you've made sure that everybody's there who should be there, and this is also your security, so if it is simply you, and you are the security for the group, then you can tell people to leave who shouldn't be there, right? That likely will not happen. I know that it has happened in the past. I think we're over that, whatever that was. So once you've done that, you then step out of the group as a visual representation of handing the circle over to everyone in the group, okay? Why do I do that? Because our brains love patterns and they love meaning. The purpose of language is communication for meaning. We want to understand and connect with people. Okay, so the purpose is understanding, not agreement, not reloading so that we get our point across. It is for meaning. Let's understand what's going on in this space. We share meaning through the stories that we tell. We share meaning through the stories that we tell. So when you create your group, it will be about the stories happening in the group. All right? You will set a theme, and the theme that we're going to talk about very briefly, if we have time, we do have time, okay, is what happened yesterday in Hale's session. All right, and we're going to talk about it as a family, and we're going to talk about it with honor and love and non-attachment and no judgment. And we're going to keep each other accountable to that. All right? We're going to listen to understand, because everyone has their own story and everyone has their own meaning that they constructed for what happened. And everyone's story is valid. Okay? Are you with me? Yes. All right. So, some of you are like, what is she talking about? Because you weren't a part of it. And that's fine. What happened yesterday is there was some interesting dynamics that Hale brought up that we were then able to deal with as a group. Several people in the process of what Hale was doing got hurt. And then we had to deal with that hurt. In the process of dealing with that hurt, stories and judgments were stirred up, and people were triggered, and people were talking, and fingers were being pointed. So a lot was happening that went, that is what breaks groups if you do not come back and talk about it as a group. All right? So I'm going to open the space up for 3 people to share their stories. As they share their stories, I'm going to show you how you facilitate a conversation. So there will be moments when they're sharing, and you guys, like, you have got to be brief, all right? Because I need to be able to get the principles across for everybody. All right, so first we're going to start with Hale, and I'm putting you on the spot. But Hale, tell us what happened in your session.
I really don't know what you're talking about when people get hurt. So.
What was happening? Okay. Do you have something that you want to share on this or no? Okay. So good. That means you're out of it?
It was perfect for me. I had no problem with anything that happened.
Okay. So that's Hale's version. All right. So we've got Hale's version now. Thank you. Hale's version. Everything was perfect for him. Okay. So that is valid and beautiful in this space. Okay? That's Hale's version. We're going to go to Moonshadow's version.
Brief, quick version is people left too far out of their bodies that didn't know how to retain in body. So I tethered out to root you back in, to bring you here to keep you safe. Because kind of like yesterday we talked about, like, whether you're going to the stars or whether you're going in the earth, if you don't know how to astral travel safely in those places, it's not safe. You don't know how to come back. That's neither good nor bad, it just is, and that's okay. So as I watched people sinking into the ground where they are unfamiliar too far, yes, sinking is fine, but if you're out of touch with where you're going and you go too far, it's real hard to get you back and you may risk not coming back. That is a very real thing, okay? It's one of the, like, main things we learn about shamanism when we're studying and practicing is knowing your limits in that. So as I spread out and tethered out, Hale had gone farther than he had ever gone as well within his session. What I could see from my perspective was a little too far, and it got a little bit dangerous to be able to bring you back, which is why Shanté went in to retrieve you, right? Shanté is an alien, right? Certain aliens are not meant to be in the ground. I did not have the power to retrieve him after the ceremony while I'm tethering others to stay safe and still be able to have the experience. That's what we do as a family. How many of you have kids? How many of you watch what they do and you still put a root out and tether and like, you're going to make the decisions, but I'm going to help so you don't go a little too far to understand safety. That's how family works. We keep each other safe. If I'm seeing people go too far, you're damn right. I'm going to plug in and help keep you because, like, I'm not about it.
1 more minute to wrap up.
Yeah. So, holes were blown out of the earth. Roots were ripped apart. And as I am keeping you guys tethered and keeping Shanté from not going too far, I profusely started bleeding right here on this floor and ran to the bathroom.
Thank you. We have now 2 experiences out on the table. What is important for us to do now as the big F? I'm holding space. I am feeling people's feelings right now. There is a different perspective that wants to be shared. We need to share different perspectives. As the collective, we do not need to agree. We do not need to agree. Everyone gets their own story. Everyone gets their own story. We do not need to agree. We do need to align. If we are going to keep moving forward, we have to align to keep moving forward. Is there something I can do to...
Just turn it off.
Just turn it on?
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
All right. It's because I turned on my log forge yesterday. Sorry. All right. Okay. TMI maybe, I don't know. Okay. Where was I?
You were going line together.
Aligning, thank you. All right. So we're all in the boats, we're staying aligned. Again, anyone can push off at any point if they don't want to be there, right? We have two stories. We are about building interactions and connections and listening to understand, okay? So when we listen to understand, we inquire, we ask questions. We have two perspectives out right now. Hail, woo! It was excellent. It was excellent. I had a great time. And then Moonshadow's experience sounds a little less excellent, right? Who else had a different experience in that moment who would like to share? 1 minute.
I don't know if I was just too dense. I enjoyed the experience. I didn't feel like I went anywhere. I apologize for people that got hurt, if they got hurt. I thought it was beautiful. I stayed here in the moment. It's great.
Thank you. That is a neutral perspective, right? Also a perspective. Do we have a perspective that's different than what was going on there?
My perspective was, I was very much in this space, and I was witnessing him, and I respect what you guys do so much, and what I say to not need to, just want to rebase the past. I felt almost like he wasn't given an opportunity to, I felt like he had an intention to go into these steps, and he didn't have an opportunity to share really what the depths of what his intention was when he came to share with us. And that it was interrupted. He wasn't able to, get there.
Thank you. A different perspective. One other person over here, and then that's about all we can handle in order for me to teach, okay?
I feel both. When I was there, I felt that. As she's talking, I remember his eyes, and he wasn't coming back. And I felt it, and I felt his fear. I felt his beatenness. And I wanted to go grab him, and she did. So I felt both. As we talked about later, I felt like what was going on. But later, and now,
I love this. I love this. Thank you so much. Okay, this is beautiful. We will get back to you. We will get back to you. I promise. I promise. And Hale, I'm so glad you just said something, because this is what happens in groups who do not know how to work well together. You never get back to the first person. You have got to go back to everyone who has shared. All right? So that's actually my first principle. When someone shares, you need to go back to them and ask, what are you thinking now? Something like that. It doesn't have to be that exact question, right? Or you can, if they asked a question, you can ask, why did you ask that question? Because questions come from somewhere. They come from our experience, and we are about sharing our experiences, which are stories, and we are sharing meaning. Okay, as a group, we now, with these perspectives, are going to build shared meaning. All right? And Garrett had a transmission come through that looked like a swirl. When you are doing this in a way that is beautiful and honoring to everyone's perspective, you will create a shared meaning and a shared swirl. That is how groups stay together and stay connected. Because you're able to handle the differences. Because it is not about agreement. And I for sure know that there's a stronger, hey, that there was a shit show, and what happened was not okay, that someone isn't voicing, right, along the spectrum. But let's look at the spectrum. Okay, we've got Hale. It was excellent. I had a great time. We've got Moonshadow. Oh, hell no. He was leaving his body. We've got a neutral perspective, right in the middle, of, I was just there having a good time, right? I'm totally paraphrasing. When you are doing this in your own facilitation, use the words of the people that they have used. Okay, use their exact words if you remember them. At this point, I'm not remembering because I'm trying to get the principle across. But when you are the big facilitator, try to remember at least 3 words that they said exactly, because they said those words for a reason, and those are the words that you can use, okay? All right, so then we have a perspective that's like, no, I don't know, I don't think what was happening was okay, right? And then we have the perspective of, I saw not okay, I felt this, I can feel all perspectives. All right? So this is now out all on the table. And I'm going to take 2 people. What do you think, because I know you guys are experienced. So this is me standing on the edge and looking over, so just bear with me. What do you think a facilitator would do next with these 4 perspectives? 5 perspectives. Integrate. How are you going to integrate them? How are you going to harmonize them? How do you do that? How do you do that with your words? How are you going to harmonize them? Telling a story, right? So we would need to further get into, which we don't have time for, because how much time do we have left for you? You would further need to go into the story.
12 minutes.
12 minutes, okay. Easiest way to do that is what I just taught you. You start going back to people. Okay, so once the story is out there, you go back to Hale. Hale, what are you thinking now?
Well, I just wanted to say that, with all due respect, like, I didn't feel any fear of any time doing that thing, except maybe the fear of public speaking when I first started for a second. But I didn't feel any fear. I don't know where I was. Like, I mean, it resonates, so I might have gone into deeper, but I didn't feel anything like that. I've never been anything like that before, so it's hard for me to judge, but there was no fear, so perhaps if you're, I don't know.
Might have been my own fear.
Yeah.
I saw your eyes, like it wasn't you. And it might have been my own fears that I was seeing.
Yeah.
And you might come back, right? So this is a different story that we can put in the mix, right? All right. What are you feeling now?
I am feeling I am feeling that, like, I've seen where situations like that can go, and borderline of where it was from my perspective and my experiences. And if I'm in the space, like, if I'm in a space that's not happening on my watch, you know, like, and from 100% love and still giving that, like, retractable leash of, like, cool, you can go, but at least I have a hold where, like, everyone's coming back safely in my space because I love all of you and I look at all of you like family. And whether you're a child of mine, whether you're family, a sister, a brother, an elder, like, I'm here as Triple Fire to be a fucking warrior and keep everybody safe. And so, like, doing that job is a place of, like, kind of like no return, right? Where, again, like, cool, I'll latch you on the retractable, you can go, but when it's borderline and I've seen what I've seen in the experiences of my own, I'm going to retract you back, right? We're going to keep you safe because I want everyone to still be able to function.
Different perspective. Thank you. You're neutral, so I apologize. We're not going to go to if we had time, I would. And you can, as you continue to build the story. We're doing one round, so I can show you how to do it. If you could now share what you're thinking and feeling.
Yeah, I think my perspective is broader. And I think that, you know, from my perspective, I'm kind of like the little left, you know, I'm like, just take care of yourself. You know, but then I also see from like a facilitator perspective and having that power, like, and that courage to, like, keep people safe and like that has, you know, that's, and I'm also feeling, hey, like, I was like, good. I was here, you know, So I'm like, okay, yeah, like there's different perspectives and, yeah, when you've seen, like, you just do what you can to maintain the safety in the space that you're in.
And thank you. What did you see me doing that helped move things a little bit further? There's still a lot to go on this. But what did you see me doing that you would also maybe do as a facilitator?
Including all the voices.
Including all the voices. What else?
Complete understanding.
Understanding. Yes.
Repeating.
Repeating. Yep, repeating. What else?
Saying thank you and I see you.
Thank you, I see you. Yes. And letting people know if you're not going to get back to them. Okay? Yeah.
Just a good summary at the end.
A good summary. Yes. All we did here now is open this up. We just opened it up a little bit. I think conversations need to happen outside of this space, with questions, with listening to understand, right? And you always go back to the person so that there's it's kind of like you've got the intentionality reciprocity. So intentionality is one side of a circle, kind of. But the reciprocity loop comes down this way, so you've got reciprocity, and then you're creating a whole nother little swirl as that person has another intention, right? So you're just creating ding, 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 ding. So it's not really rings of conversation, although it could be, ring, 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 but it's, sorry, that was fun. But it is a flow. Right? So you want to make sure that everyone is being gathered in that flow as you're creating meaning, right? So, stand up please. Meaning comes through stories. Stories need to be gotten out into the space somehow. All right? So, how are you going to program that into your memory so that you can remember as a facilitator that people's experiences and stories need to get out? Go ahead and program it in. Do you remember the first one? Do your first one. Do your second one. When you're ready, have a seat. We're going to go to the third one. If you want to move from the level of story, because story stays dense, it can stay quite dense. People are then sharing different stories, they're being triggered, their drama maybe is coming up, and stories are being colored by that. People are stepping out of the space because they don't want their story to be shared or they don't want to hear other stories. So a lot can happen within that space that can stay dense and not transmuted and not transcending. So how do we transcend? We transcend through something called principles. Okay? Principles are really beautiful phrases that anyone can plug into. Okay? So good facilitators will have spaces that wherever people are on their journey, they can connect it, right? You saw me do that at the very beginning with the I am. I gave an advanced version for people. Because some of you are like, yeah, I know I already know that. So, the I am, right? And then you could teach us in an even higher way, right? So when you're doing the flow like this, and people are actually flowing, it never ends. So your group will always be learning if you can get to the level of we're coming to a principle together. Okay? So what is a principle? A principle is very similar to a rule, but it is not a rule. Okay? So the rule, and I'm going to use you guys because I know you can handle it. The rule that during ceremony, no healing can happen. And this has happened to me so many times where I make a rule and then it's immediately broken. During ceremony, no healing can happen, is a rule. Okay? The principle behind that we were all holding was we need to show up when our facilitators show up and are sharing. That's the principle behind it. Show up to support the other presenters. Okay, that's the principle. The rule was broken by me and David, and called out by Anthony, when a spontaneous rebalancing needed to happen, and David stepped out. I'm on my phone. I'm just like checking email or something. And David's like, go through it. And I'm like, oh, okay, here we go. Anthony walks by, he says, the rule, no healing within ceremony. I go, oh, no. We're rebalancing. I can't tell you how many times I've been given a rule, I've told everybody the rule, and then I break the rule because I'm told to break the rule. That's because it's a rule and not a principle. The principle was you show up for the speakers. When you are able, I was just coming off of a body break, checking my phone for business messages, and that happened. So I was already out of there. When there's a rule there, what it does is people will push against it, guilt and shame will come in. David and I both had a moment where we were like, we did something wrong. Like, no, we didn't. Did we do something wrong? That's how you know it's a rule and not a principle. Because a principle is big enough to carry everyone in the space. Alright? Principle is big enough to carry everybody in the space. Anybody can get on that train. Anybody can get on that big boat. I have t-shirts called Keep Moving Forward because we need to keep moving forward. Everybody needs to be able to get on that principle, to get on that boat, so we can move forward. Alright, so how do we transcend from the stories that came out in this space? What principles will help all of us move forward? Think about those stories. What learnings did you take from it that we can use someplace else? You're taking us higher now.
I would add something like, remember to keep our thought forms to ourselves. Because often the projection piece, like you said, I felt his fear. He's like, but there was no fear. And you're like, maybe that was my fear. That's an excellent moment of understanding and self-awareness.
Okay, remember to keep your thought forms to yourself is a rule. If I'm always keeping, if I keep my thought forms to myself right now, you're not going to get the wisdom. Okay, so we're still too low. It's still too low. Thank you. It's not quite there. A principle.
Your brothers and sisters.
We can build on that. We might be able to build on that, but it's not quite there. Okay, go ahead now.
It took a step.
Think about it. Think about it. How can you make it higher where more people can come in? Okay, there.
Consent.
Consent. Consent is a namaste.
And the four agreements.
Oh, she's not here.
And the four agreements.
And the four agreements. Okay, consent. Permission. I don't know what to do with that. Okay, when you have something that comes out and it doesn't go anywhere in the space, it has to be talked about more. Otherwise it becomes a rule and you're right back down. Okay? So keep trying. We got there. Keep
Communication.
What?
Communication.
Communication, still too simple. It's way too broad. Way too broad. We had 5 different perspectives shared here that were different. Keep thinking. How can you take, this is really hard stuff. This transcendence piece took me years to get.
No, it's for her.
I don't know, 5 minutes.
Yes, sorry, Rita. Sorry.
I would ask for higher clarification.
Ask for higher clarification. Oh. Is that something that you can do something with? Ask for higher clarification.
Yeah.
Oh, I think we might have found a principle.
If we
Does that fit? Does that fit some of the things you were talking about?
Yeah, I took a little dive into that. Yes, so asking for clarification. Asking for permission, that's all of it.
That's part of it. Does that fit some of what you were thinking about? Ask for clarification. Perfect, thank you. That's our principle. Ask for clarification. That's what we're taking from this space.
And then
Did you see why you have to stick with it? No, we're done. Okay, 2 minutes. Okay, thank you. Thank you all enough. Thank you all enough. Thank you. This is gonna happen in our groups, right? How you gently say no thank you to someone. Ask for clarification. Here's the principle, here's an example. All right, so when you walk into a space, you are getting, all of you, are getting from here, the vertical. You're getting the vertical. You walk into this space, we are in the horizontal. You have got to check in with people in the space so that you know when to speak and when to share, right? The reason I went no is because you were getting here very strongly, but you were not getting that I had 2 minutes to go, I had to remind you of that. That means you're checking in. When you get strongly, right, this is a principle that works for the stories too. When you get strongly, you're then reading the space and maybe taking a breath. That's all it takes is one breath. Actually, to reprogram your mind, not reprogram, wrong words in this case. To get out of fear and out of impulsivity of any trauma that you have, to get out of your limbic system, 3 deep breaths. It's not 1, it's not 10. Some of us were taught 10. You really just need 3. Okay, so maybe walk into the space after you receive a transmission, take a breath or 3, and share. Okay, that's all we have for time. Thank you, David. Thank you, everyone. This is how you facilitate. Thank you for being little F's. Thank you for allowing me to be big F. I have t-shirts, Keep Moving Forward, Living in La La Land, which was something my mom called me, and I made it into a shirt. Keep Moving Forward, and of service, because we need to laugh at everything that's going on.
Right. Kelly, rainbow butterfly.
Grand Rising.
Grand Rising.
It's such a joy to be with you today. Thank you, Tammy, Anthony, for inviting me to play. I feel so blessed to reconnect at this family reunion. And so today, I'd like to share this OmniCosmic connection. And so before I begin, I'll just do another little introduction to let you know what I'm doing here. These codes, the OmniCosmic connection codes that I'm offering today, are Heartsongs that have been inspired from myself and from Source and from guides and from all of you and everyone that all of us have ever been. So these codes are not just written from me, but from you as well. I have a history in past lives and in this life of being a scribe and a translator. And so my light language today is coming out in these heart songs and these poems. And I was told that this is really the most effective way for me to share this message with you. As he introduced me, my name's Kelly Rainbow Butterfly. Another aspect of my higher self or my oversoul is named Ki. Part of my Sasquatch lineage and part of that soul. Her name is Suni. She's a guide with me that's always with me. And so everything that I'm going to be sharing today is coming from all of these different sources. These Heartsongs, it's interesting. They've actually taken 2 full years to the day to write. On November 8th, 2019, I woke up and I just could not stop rhyming and singing in my head. Every thought was a rhyme, and I was like, man, this is cool. I need to write this down. And so I did, and I wrote the first 4 or 5 of these Heartsongs, and then life happened, and just like the most incredible transitions that have happened in my life, and I kind of laid it down for a little bit. And then once I was invited to come here and share these codes, I knew immediately that, okay, there's some more to come, and these are the kinds of codes that I should be sharing. And so I just picked it back up again last week, and the rest of these codes were written last week and ended on November 8th, 2021. So exactly 2 years for this to come full circle. And so I'll be sharing 10 different Heartsongs, followed by a series of word and number codes that hold a vibration for galactivation and remembrance. You'll be hearing a lot of the words that you've been hearing all weekend, and that's a part of the galactivation code sequence and unbinding of spells that are placed on humanity. Words cast spells, and that's why the creation of words is called spelling. And so what we're doing today, these words that I'm going to be sharing with you in rhyme is going to reverse these spells. And since I have not developed my badass Celeste skills yet, I have to read them. I haven't memorized them yet, so, yeah. So, I'll go ahead and begin and introduce you to my partner also with me today, my partner Christian, and my son is Jeremy. I think he's out there drawing star maps. You'll have to check it out. And the crystal skull is Mihunka, and she'll assist me as I sing. The skull is a reminder that we're human and we're light. And we're also from beyond the earth and stars that shine so bright. Many of you know I have connections with the Sasquatch, and they're here too, assisting me, and they're also here to watch. The star elders join us too from many different places. They are a part of me and you, transcending times and spaces. So me and Ki and she and we will help you to remember. We're many beings, but we're all one, like fire, ash, and ember. We'll sing heart songs and activate galactic codes for you. They'll reawaken memories of all that you've been through. OmniCosmic connections. Heartsongs. Activate. Now. The time has come, my lovely friends, to talk of many things, like stars and plants and consciousness of yours and many beings. And so this truth comes out in rhyme as it is born from me. Alas, today I come to play with Arcturian energies. With song and dance and play and romance, you'll find your heart still sings. And if it chokes, just cut the ropes that bind you to beliefs. My name is Key, and I am she who sings this to you now. But also, I'm a part of him and her and you right now. Together, we will sit and learn and teach and love and heal. And just when we think we know it all, then more will be revealed. Each of us live many lives simultaneously, so it's time to know how they unite and remember that we're free. Many thanks to all of you who chose to be here now. The earth and stars and other beings give a gracious bow. The founders. Four. Unification. Transmission. Bless, family. I'm pleased to be as I am pleased with you. For this is the reality we chose to see this through. Since the time the all that is decided to be separate, we're fragments looking for our source, so lonely, confused, and desperate. Although you do not have to be in total desperation, you're here to remember the illusion of separation. For you and I, the trees, the stars, the oceans, fruits, and waters are all a part of the great whole. We're siblings, sons and daughters. You see, we're here to suffer, to experience polarity. Together, we created this physical reality. And once again, we're shown this truth, reminded of ourselves, so that you can integrate this truth within yourself. Those feelings of loathing, sadness, and fear, they want to tell you something. So don't ignore, instead explore. Those feelings aren't just nothing. For when you know that you are free, you can begin to heal. And so you feel, so it's revealed, and transform yourself to heal. Lyra. Eleven, 1. Memories. Healing. And so, let's start to pick apart the reasons why we're here. Make no mistake, it is our fate. The lessons are quite clear. It all began with one small thought of curiosity, and from that thought was born the world of pole duality. And so the one we all come from was fractured and divided, And then we noticed differences that made us so short-sighted. Eventually, we chose our place, beliefs, and race and planet. But the further that we splintered out, the more that we forgot it. And so we lived with different thoughts with these identities, from Lyra, Vega, Sirius, Orion, and the Pleiades. For eons now, there have been wars among these many beings. Some want peace, some want control, but we all want the same thing. This journey and polarity looks different in perspectives, but these poles serve us to remind that we are all relatives. The agenda for each one of us is to return to source, the source that's always been within, despite our chosen course. Now here we are as human beings on this planet we call Earth. Are you ready to resolve this trauma we've been reliving since her birth? The drama started long before the planet Earth existed. So as we shift, we have a chance again to be uplifted. So let's remember who we are, where we come from, why. Remember that we are all one, connected to the sky. Let's breathe and love and cry and share and hold each other's hand. Together, we can once again create a sacred land. Orion. Seven. Polarity. Integration. I've shared of the importance that we remember that we're free. But what's that mean? Free will, free choice, and also sovereignty. You see, we all have choices in the way that we respond. Will you accept or will you reject beliefs that are beyond? We were all given this great gift of will. It's in the blueprint. The challenge is remembering this will in every moment. When we forget we have free will, the lessons are much harder. But the more you use your own free will, divine memories grow stronger. We are all responsible for every action taken. The universe responds each time. Don't ever be mistaken. Call it karma if you wish. It's not a punishment. The more you are aware of it, the more enlightenment. So you might say that it's a game that we all chose to play. And though the outcome of this game has already come to pass, it is the way we play the game that has the most impact. So your free will is your best tool while you are still divided. Believe and trust and love yourself, and you're divinely guided. Vega. $99. sovereignty. Future. Today, I'd really like to share a tool to set you free. We all have it. There is no cost. It's creativity. This energy that dwells within is your authentic self. When you express it, it brings more joy, more peace, and better health. Each of us are unique in the way that we express it. Some might dance, or write, or sing, or paint, or stitch a blanket. Maybe you like to cook with love, or leave your thoughts for others. Maybe you like to dress, or do your hair in many colors. Whichever way you choose to use your creativity, it's beautiful, so just be you. That's all that you can be. This creative flow comes from your heart, rooted deep within your soul. So when you make it tangible, your heart will always know. And here's the reason why I write these words so they are rhyming. It is a way to sing heart songs at just the perfect timing. The human brain likes patterns and divine fluidity. And so this channel expresses this through creativity. Each word and pause and idea expressed contains a sacred code. These codes assist to activate your DNA and mode. Because we chose to be 3D, our bodies and minds want healing. So we create to integrate the spirit in our feelings. Arcturus. $11.55. Creation. Expression. And so, let's talk some more about divine polarities. Divine because they are a part of all realities. There's up and down, and black and white, right and wrong, and dark and light. And while all of these appear to be separate and divided, the goal here is to integrate them all to be united. For negative and positive seem to be on different spectrums, but they coexist so we can see the truth that we've been kept from. And when we can collectively integrate these sides, they merge into the apex point where unity resides. Acceptance of our differences, beliefs, and origins is a great step for humanity as our soul transcendence begins. So no matter what, we must remember to love unconditionally. Ourselves, our friends, even enemies, and all our family. When we can embrace and learn that everything is our teacher, the lessons in the school of life are felt and seen much clearer. There are times to shine and to retreat, times of famine and of feast, times of sadness and times of joy, times to be both girl and boy. Seasons, cycles, summer, winter, within, without, roses, splinters. Day and night, and work and play, and sun and moon, predator and prey. Everything plays a role in our journey back to source. And as you know, all paths lead home, no matter what the course. Serious. Three, three, three. Unity. Home. And so, we were created with vulnerability, the need for food, shelter, clothes, and mobility. We were designed this way to remember we are source, so we need our Mother Gaia and her bountiful resource. The trees are lungs, the rivers are blood, the stones are consciousness. The leaves let go, mountains blanket in snow, and the sun sets in the west. In nature, everything has flow in cycles and in seasons. And so there's times that we will grow and go within for reasons. We are made of earth and stars and dust and all these elements. And with gratitude and consciousness, we can and will rebalance. The planet nurtures and provides all that's needed to survive. As above, so below, without, within, where our souls know. So look to nature to understand your deep divine connection. It mirrors us and all that is, the truth in our reflection. Earth. Five, 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 five. Compassion. Truth. There's many races and ancestors that help us to remember. The Zetas, Reptoids, Syrians, Avians, and Sasquatch are great mentors. Pleiadians are much like us, and we are much like them. And that's because we are the same, no matter where we've been. They've left us clues like pyramids, encoded calendars, and unique genes and languages and star ambassadors. Astrology and sacred tools like frequencies and crystals. Elders even leave us signs and geometric symbols. And so we can remember too that this is all resolved. Our karma is just patterns of problems to be solved. But often we forget the drama's already been healed. But trauma is an onion that is strong when it is peeled. Orion's done. Let's celebrate. The hardest part is through. And now we can all integrate so we can be renewed. You are all Orion lights, exposing all these shadows. So keep on shining in the dark, you beautiful commandos. Pleiades. Zero, 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 zero. Ancestors. Light. And so, we will remind you of your closest earth descent. The Sasquatch people have a lot of truth that they can present. Our DNA is 99% the same as theirs. The biggest difference is our size and the number of our hairs. The Bigfoot people are sentient beings and carekeepers of our planet. But they're also our big brothers, helping us to heal our habits. This hairy race of humanoids still sit with our star elders. They teach of love and honesty. They're mankind's greatest helpers. Like us, they're here to integrate and heal themselves and others. And when we do, it all affects our sisters and our brothers. So listen to their wisdom and apply it to your life. Your soul will quickly know its truth and your divine birthright. They say the time is urgent now to change humanity. If we don't, we will repeat another history. The only thing for sure is change, and it's happening right now. So please assist our race and theirs by beginning to allow. Sasquatch. Hello. 777. DNA. Change. The Zetas are another race that helps humanity, for we helped them to integrate emotions and feelings. Their species crisis came to pass. They accepted constant change. They realized they could not go back, continuing old ways. They lived in fear and they withdrew to protect themselves and others. And now they've healed, so they reach out to family through the mothers. Family shares DNA and also soul connections. So do not fear when they appear and give you some directions. The Zetas are the beings that many see with the big eyes. They sometimes bring us on their ships to observe us and advise. Us humans gave their race a gift, and now they're gifting us. We teach them about family, and they teach us about trust. Together, we evolve and heal and co-create an outcome where all the souls through time and space are healed and loved and welcome. Bless you all for being here and listening to me. I intend these songs have touched your heart and inspired you to sing. Zeta. One 100110011001111. Awaken. Bless. Thank you, everybody, so much. Bless you all. Am I out of time? Is my time up? Oh, I've got 5 minutes, okay.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
Did anyone else get like super tired?
Yeah. Yep.
Why is that?
I don't know, I'm super hot, but maybe it's that light. Yeah.
I feel like a heater by
I had the same experience, my feeling is the body wanted to rest and relax and
Integration.
integrate.
Integration.
Yeah, it is to integrate. And this is the first time I've actually made it through practicing these without crying. I haven't been able to do it, so the time was right. Nihanka helped. Yes, thank you. And I also have many things next door. If you'd like to help support our journey too, I have the Sasquatch Message to Humanity books and all kinds of cool little orgonite and jewelry pieces I've made and t-shirts and fun rainbowy things. So come next door and see me if you'd like. Yeah, and bless.
Thank you.
Captain.
Alright, yay! Okay. Okay, so my name is Captain. Hello, everybody. Some people call me Cosmic, and I'm really excited to be here and talk with you guys, and definitely help me with time and everything too, because I can talk forever sometimes. So, but today, essentially, overall, what I'm talking about is connecting with the inner star child. And so, a lot of us here are really advanced peoples. We've been doing a lot of work. I've been seeing you guys over the years. And I know that a lot lot of us have cosmic origins, and a lot of us resonate as like starseeds or whatever it may be. But for me, like when Tammy was asking me, you know, like to talk at this event and what I was going to talk about, at first I was like, well, I don't know, like, you know, what I have to offer. What can I say that you guys haven't already been hearing? And something that Tammy pointed out to me is that she really sees us as like representatives for the younger groups, the younger generations. And like, even with this, I would have some resistance with, where sometimes I'd be like, well, I'm almost 30. You know what I mean? Like, I'm like, and I understand that that's young, but like, I felt like I was being pushed into like a category of like, because of like sometimes like maybe my appearance or something like that, where people think I'm a lot younger. And I wanted to start kind of like moving away from these things, but then I realized that we're the bridgers, and we're the people who are able to vocalize maybe what we can feel the younger generations like going through, and maybe that they don't have that same voice or empowerment to say it for themselves. And so with that, I do feel like I have different codes and messages to imprint and to bring forth, and I'm happy to share them today. And a lot of them have to do with different reflections that I've been feeling for the last 2 years. I think the last 2 years have been really intense, powerful, crazy, but also really beautiful, depending on how you look at it. And it was an opportunity for me to really sit with myself in a way that I haven't been given the opportunity to do before, where I was like, a lot of us were able to take a time out, and it was kind of like, what are we going to do with this allotted period? And for me, like, it was like the prime time to do a lot of shadow work, and I took it and I ran with it, and it was a great time to realize certain patterns that were becoming persistent or coming up for me in general. And it became a time when I was like, if I notice a pattern, I need to break it. Like, I need to change it. And like, there's definitely some patterns that like I love and allow and like I accept and integrate, but there are other patterns where I'm like, this isn't serving me. I don't want this anymore. And so I definitely became really, really observant to when things would come up. And when I was like, hey, it's this thing that I've seen a million times before, over and over and over again in every lifetime. It's like, I'm cutting the cord, I'm ending it here. And so something that I find is really important for honoring that inner star child is embracing change, embracing differences. And that's sometimes like some sort of the pushback that I see when I look at the different generations, where it's like sometimes like I hang out with a lot of older people and older generations, and I'll get to hear the way that they think or what they have to say, and I'll hear stuff about how like they don't like what the younger generation is doing or how we're acting or what we're, and for me it seems kind of just like something that's like people are locked in their ways, and that the more that we can be open to accepting that things are just kind of never going to be the same, and that it's always going to be constantly shifting. And that's the same way that I always felt even with my own name, where like I was born with a certain name and it didn't suit me, so I changed it. You know what I mean? And so as we continue on, we're going to keep seeing the younger generations doing that, changing their names, changing their pronouns, changing their identities, changing the way that they're perceived. And if we are always trying to tell them, no, it has to be this way, you have to fit here or here, and that's it, that's like a box that we're going to break out of. And we're never going to want to sit in any of those restrictive areas, because we want to feel the unlimitedness of this universe. And I'm someone who believes that there's infinite possibilities, infinite realities, and that if you can think it, it's real. That if it has a name, it's out there somewhere. And that's why, like, sometimes it'll concern me when I hear people being like, it can't be like that, or such a thing is only this way. And I'm like, maybe to you it is, but we're trying to push those boundaries and keep growing, keep elevating, and then the more that you see the younger generations kind of looking different, being different, trying different things, are all sort of embodiments of the different star beings that we will meet in the future. You know what I mean? Where we're going to meet people who look very, very different from us, and it's going to be up to us to be respectful and understanding and accepting. And if we cannot accept our own brothers and sisters and fellow human beings on this planet, then it makes me question if we're ready for like an interstellar communion. And so the more that we can accept people having differences within our own community, the more that we can integrate a larger scale community within the cosmos. And so, like, this will come at a point where we have to challenge a lot of our beliefs and our belief systems, and an understanding that our beliefs aren't something that are set in stone. You might have heard that the word lie is in the word belief, you know, because your beliefs can lie to you. Your beliefs, well, they may serve you for a time period, are going to change, and they're going to be, you know, different from another person's. But I'm somebody who's like never married to my beliefs, because I know that they can shift just like that. You know what I mean? I could have one conversation with somebody, and then next thing you know, I'm thinking totally different. And so I never want my beliefs to like take total shape of like how I live my life, because like it's something that like only serves me for that period until that next belief comes in. And I've heard this in a variety of ways, like even with how people interpret masculine and feminine energies and things like that, where it's like even those are just a belief, you know what I mean? Like none of those things are set in stone, and they will always be adapting and always be changing, and whatever we think we understand is always just going to grow from there, you know what I mean? It's like the more you know, the less you do. And, you know, even with these beliefs, like I end up seeing, you know, like people get so tight and like a stronghold on their beliefs that they won't allow others to have their own. And like I've seen this in a multitude of ways, but I like want us to remember that like a belief isn't necessarily a truth, and there are things that are absolute truths in the world. Like let's say like a tree is a tree, but your belief could be like that tree is obstructing my yard, or you know what I mean, that tree is like is a pain in my ass because of all of the trash it produces on the ground or something like that. Somebody else could be like, that's the most beautiful tree I've ever seen. But nonetheless, all those things are different beliefs, whether they're positive or negative, but the absolute truth is that it just simply is. For me, like with working with the inner child and things like that, I come from a background, you know, of abuse and hardship with my family and growing up, and I know that many other people have endured that as well, and it came with a lot of like really great healing that like had to be done in order to see a higher perspective with that, in the sense of like not blaming, not shaming, you know what I mean, understanding that whatever my parents went through led them to those decisions, and understanding that they had their own struggles, and like for that I don't blame them. Something I often see in the community, and it's not even specific to this community, but like certain, like we have this habit as we get older to start shaming like younger people. And one thing that we'll do, and I've seen this, like I think we've all seen this, is like we'll shame them for their age. And like myself, like I'm a tarot reader, and one time I was tabling at an event, and this older woman came up to me, and she started telling me that she's like, I've been doing tarot way before you were even born, and like just kind of telling me like this sort of like superiority complex to it. And for me, it was this moment where I was like, the only concept of time I have is according to my own life. You know what I mean? So I don't have any sort of like preconception of how long you've been here or what you've been doing. All I can go off of is my own experience. And it reminded me of how children kind of don't have a concept of time, you know, where like a young child won't even know what day it is. And like, I remember growing up and they had to tell me what holiday it was and things like that. And because to me, it just doesn't matter. It's day by day, moment by moment. And I'm, you know, like as a kid, we're able to embrace living in the moment, but it's like as we age that it's always like, hey, time, schedule, something else to do. And so like for me, I always wanted it to be like where if I got older, I didn't want to shame young people for simply being born after me. You know what I mean? And so I even see it like in my workplace, like at my day job. People are always like, oh, well, he's 20, or he's, you know, he's like not even, you know, like above 21 or something like that. Like they don't know, they don't have maturity or something like that. And I'm like, why are we as people who haven't, you know, we just reached 30 already starting to do that as well when we hated it when it was done to us, and then now we're doing it again, and that's a pattern. You know what I mean? And so as we embrace the star child, as we embrace the inner child, it's looking at the conditioning that we've been brought up with and being like, how am I going to change that? You know what I mean? And it was even the same commitment where like me, like I love working with children. I would love to be a parent one day. And for me, it was like my pattern, my conditioning taught me abuse and hurt and like anger. And so for me, it's going to be like my greatest like goal to never inflict those things on my children and to never inflict them on anybody else. Like I can practice and start that today. And so basically, like I want us to remember that like it doesn't matter how long someone's been on this earth, you know what I mean? That person can have a lot more wisdom than someone older than them. We see that all the time. And yeah. You know, and like we know what kind of children are being born today, are really highly advanced individuals who are star beings, who come from all over, and they are in the know, like right away. And it's like they don't need the training wheels, you know, they're here to teach us. And so I think there's a lot that can be learned from mindful listening, allowing them the space to talk, to communicate, to be heard. One of my favorite things about this community is the way that we work with children. Some of our first conferences, we would have panels for children, and we would all sit like this, and the kids would come up here, and we would ask them questions, and we'd let them talk, and then we'd start hearing the 4-year-olds talking about the fairies they see in their yards, you know what I mean? And so I would love to see that more as we go forward, like as we, a lot of us here are organizers, are, you know what I mean, facilitators, and so if we could make room for, you know what I mean, diversity for people of all ages, all backgrounds and things like that would be so magical for me. I know that like, for example, a couple years ago we had a woman here come into the circle, and she has her own conference like here in New Mexico, and she asked the circle, how can I get more people to come? How can I get more young people to come to the event? And I offered her an answer, and I said, if you could have more young people on the panel and more diversity on the panel, we would be there. We would be there. And at the time, I thought she heard me, but I wasn't sure. Then she released the lineup to her panel, and it was all old white men.
2 hours long.
Yeah. And so I saw her post on Facebook, and somebody else from the community offered some input like on the post, and they said, "Where are the women?" And then I was like, "Oh look, somebody's commenting. I'm gonna chime in. I'll be like, yeah, I would have loved to have." I was like, I would have loved to have seen more women on there as well, or more people of color, you know, things like that. And she ended up getting really mad, and she wrote me personally and was like, "Hey, you shouldn't like." She was like, "Hey, just so you know, I'm having an all-women conference next year."
Oh my God.
And I was like, "But that's not what we want." You know what I mean? Like, it's the thing is that what use would it be if we have one women's conference, then after that it goes again back to being men, you know, this, that. It's like, we don't need our own variety hour. You know what I mean? We want to just be integrated all the time. We want to be seen all the time. You know, so it's like, I also don't want to be like chosen just because I'm a woman or a person of color or something like that. Like, I want to be as valuable as those people all the time. You know what I mean? And so it's like, we have the opportunity to create these events, and like, so why not use that ability and extend it out to others, you know what I mean? So it's like, I ask you guys, when you go back to your circles and your communities, to think if you're adding people of different age groups, different backgrounds, races, you know what I mean? Like sexualities and things like that, because first of all, you're appealing to more people. You know what I mean? You're going to broaden your audience. And then secondly, it's showing that you have room for adaptability too, where you're not stuck and like on this tunnel vision of how like you think a conference should be. The conference should be there to open you up and not just show what you already know. And so this leads into something else that I really learned in these last 2 years, and it was like the notion of conflict. And for me, I really started to see conflict as an opportunity for growth, and that a lot of us tend to run away from conflict, to avoid conflict, when really like that is your chance to level up. And like this is particularly pertinent for relationships and friendships and things like that, where like I'll meet new friends and everything's amazing and we're vibing and we're having so much fun, we have so much in common, but then it's like the moment there's a conflict, it could be a deal breaker, you know what I mean, for a lot of people, because a lot of people don't know conflict resolution or healthy communication or things like that. And so for me now, like I see it as like a fun challenge where I'm like, oh great, our first conflict, like how can we like get through this, like what can we do? And so like now like what I also heard was that like allowing yourself to like go through a conflict with somebody is like signaling to them that you love them. You know what I mean? That like I was able to sit here and go through this and figure it out with you because I love you. You know what I mean? If I didn't love you, I wouldn't deal with this. You know what I mean? So it's like the thing is also with strangers, I don't particularly have conflicts with strangers because we're not that close. I'm gonna have conflict with the people I'm closest with. And so it's not about like resisting that anymore, but about learning from it and learning how to communicate with it. So now I've come to the point where like I make time for the conflict and I make time for the conversation. Where like in the past I used to be like, oh, I don't want to have that conversation, it's really icky, it's really hard, like I'll just keep running away. But it's like then that's not showing up for my friend, that's not showing up for me, and that's not showing up for the growth that really wants to take place at this time. And so for that reason, like if I have a conflict with somebody that I really care about, I'm gonna make the time to handle it with them. And so like it also makes me appreciate when those people come to me and handle it with me. And then I've also learned that don't expect it to be done with one talk. You know what I mean? So it's like sometimes you're gonna have to talk about it again and again and again. And like I even had a conflict with a friend like this last week, and we talked and it felt fine, we felt good. We worked together, so the next day I came into work and I felt this energy from her that she was still mad, she was still upset. And I was like, okay, well I already talked to her, but she's still upset, so let's talk again. You know what I mean? Let's do it again. And we're gonna figure it out until we get to where we need to be, where we can both walk away feeling better and feeling good. And I'm also somebody who's like not opposed to letting things go. You know what I mean? If things can't be worked out, if boundaries keep getting crossed, if we're just not vibing, like I'm not gonna hold on to that. You know what I mean? Like I'm gonna let it go, and if it comes back, that's awesome. But I'm not insisting on that. You know what I mean? So I'm somebody who acts from my highest excitement, but I can't be insistent on a certain outcome. I have to just go with the flow, and I have to do what I really want to do, and just we'll see what happens. You know what I mean? Because once you start insisting on an outcome, that's creating resistance, that's creating expectation, and from those points, those things can lead to disappointment. You know what I mean? And I'd rather just kind of see where life takes me. I'm also like learning to recognize like what are deal breakers, what aren't deal breakers. Was it something that someone did to you? Was it really a betrayal, or were your feelings just hurt and you felt left out? You know what I mean? Because I think that some of us will really, really play up a conflict to be like, they did me so dirty, but it's like, did they? You know what I mean? And so, like, I'm at a point, I don't know, so like the last couple years, like, I had to let go of a lot of friends. I had to let go of a lot of people, and it was with love, and maybe they didn't give me that same love back, but that's fine. But it was one of those things where I had to understand that like our circles shift all the time. Our vibe attracts our tribe, you know what I mean? Where like one moment I'm really, really clicking with people, and then the next moment we're not, and I have to recognize that it came and it served what it had to, and then now it didn't, and we're both ready to move on, and we're both ready to meet new people. But I'm also in a boat where I'm like, I'm tired of losing people for dumb stuff. You know what I mean? Like I recognized that like it was a lot of like not talking about it and not confronting it. And like I'm someone who like I want to be straight up. I want to speak my truth. I want to be very honest. I want to get to the point, you know what I mean? And I can't be that way with everybody, and that's fine, but it makes me appreciate the people I can be that way with. And like again, it's like, let's say a friend and I have a conflict, and I could just like choose to not deal with it. I'm gonna lose that friend. You know what I mean? Because I put too much time, too much of a wedge between us, whereas like that friendship is gonna grow apart until it dissipates. But if I kind of just gave it like my time, my energy, and if that person's able to reciprocate, then I can save that friendship. And so now I'm in a boat where I'm like, look, I lost who wasn't a vibrational match anymore, but there's some of you guys who it's like, we're just going through our first conflict, our first fight, you know, and like instead of losing you over that, let's fix it. Let's talk about it. And for me, it's come with a lot of like conflict resolution, like exercises where like, I don't believe that in a conflict that one person is ever just wrong and the other one's right. You know what I mean? I find that there's opportunity and room for both people to apologize, for both people to compromise. And like, even if I feel like I was the one who was done wrong, I know there's room for me to improve and to apologize as well. And so I always just remember it takes two to tango. And so like there's always personal responsibility and something to be learned from every given moment. And the same notion of like losing friends, like I really love this like phenomenon of like instant soul recognition. Like I'm sure that you guys have experienced it, but like I will meet people and I know they're gonna be important in my life, instantly, from the moment I meet them, you know what I mean? And I'll meet people and I'll be like, ooh, this person's really gonna challenge me too, you know what I mean? And and these are people that my soul has recognized that I need to befriend or that I need to talk to, and these are also the same people, like especially the ones that I know are in my tribe. Thank you. That I want to protect and I want to defend and I want to stand by, and like I want to do right by my people, by my friends, and if I've recognized you as somebody in my tribe, then I'm going to do what I can to make it right, to help us grow. I'm not going to do your work for you, but I'm definitely going to plant some seeds. And so that was definitely a lot that came up with conflict, because I learned that like we can't avoid it. You know what I mean? It's like there was definitely a period where I was working from my house and I'm in a happy relationship and everything was going great. And I was like, look at me in my bubble and like there's no problems. But it's like, I can't be in that bubble forever, you know what I mean? Because I'm not learning there, I'm not growing there. Eventually, like, as much as I manifested that life for myself, it becomes a comfort zone, you know what I mean? So it's like, I had to step out of that comfort zone and recognize that conflict is just always gonna come up, and we can look at it as like a negative, or we could treat it as like an opportunity. And it also taught me a lot about like low vibes and like negative vibration, where I don't tend to resonate with like groups or communities that are like high vibe only, like positive vibes only, like love and light only, because I'm somebody who has learned and developed my spiritual practice from my shadows, from my depression, from the darkest parts of my life, you know what I mean? Like it was like the fact that I went through so much hardship and challenge that pushed me to awaken, like many of us. And so like I would never like want to preach like high vibe only, because then the people who aren't feeling very high vibe, who happen to show up to class that day, are not going to feel welcomed. You know what I mean? So it's like, if they're like, well, I'm feeling really sad and that's why I came to class today, and then I hear that my energy is not welcomed, then where do I go? And it's like, how can I show up to a community that's high vibe only when nobody's taught me how to be high vibe? You know, so it's like, I heard this song and it was like, I accept the vibes, not just good vibes only. Because again, if I'm only accepting the good things, then I'm not gonna ever face my conflicts, face my challenges, face my shadows. And so with that, I really learned to kind of love my shadow self. Like if we talk about like different frequencies and ascension and things like that, like I want to be in the middle, which means it encapsulates the good and the bad. And so I don't want to just be the good over here. I want to be able to accept my flaws, know them, love them. And like through facing my shadow, I was able to recognize like, oh, I often do this and I do this and I do this. And then some of the things is like, oh, I can change that and I could do better. And then some of the things were like, hey man, that's just how I am. You know what I mean? And like, it's like witnessing the self is not having to play search and destroy with every perceived problem within you. You know what I mean? It's like, we're not here to just be perfect people, because then, like, who would we be? We'd be somebody that, like, other people can't strive to be. You know what I mean? We want to be somewhat relatable in a way. Definitely another lesson that I learned was, like, the power of rest and, like, taking care of yourself and making time to rest. Like, we live in a society that's like really like go, 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 and like high consumerism and high production and all this stuff. But it's like, I want us to kind of start like practicing this and planting the seed with others of like the notion of like slow creation. And it's like something that I've personally like modeled my business after, where instead of like just churning out product and making more sales, I'll tell people I'm on a 2-week hiatus, you know what I mean? And I'll tell people I'm on a break. I'll tell people their stuff's gonna take a couple weeks to make, and like, you know what I mean? when we start moving towards owning our own businesses, being entrepreneurs in our own field, like we get to take back that control and we get to show the value that we offer people. And then by them, like let's say you go to somebody who makes clothing and they're an independent creator and they take like a month to make your clothes, like it'll make you feel like what you're paying for that high price was really worth it, you know what I mean? And that the materials used, that the love that went into it, like all of it, instead of like needing everything now, like can we enjoy the process? Can we not push ourselves? Can we take breaks when we need to? Like myself as like, thank you, someone who's like on social media and stuff like that, I see so many people my age apologizing for not being on social media. They'll be like, hey, I'm sorry I haven't been posting anything. Hey, I'm sorry I haven't been online that much. And it's like, why are you apologizing? You know what I mean? And it makes me sad that like a lot of people like our age and younger will feel like such a pressure to be on, to be active, to be creating, to be an influencer, when it's like you need that energy for yourself. You know what I mean? And so it's like you can't give like from an empty basket. And it's the same way that like I'm a reader, like I'm a healer, but if I'm not in a good frame of mind or in a good state, I won't do healings. I won't do readings because it wouldn't be in my highest integrity to offer that to somebody. You know what I mean? So like I'll get people being like please, like I need a reading, and I'm like, I'm sorry, and I'll be out of commission for months sometimes because I think a lot of us think, well, I'll just take a day off or I'll take a week. Sometimes it takes months. Yeah. Sometimes it takes years, you know what I mean? And so it's like, can we offer that where we close shop for a year or 2 years without having that guilt and that pressure, you know what I mean? And so I really want us to value rest, because we heard in the talks before mine how like if you don't rest, like Spirit's gonna make you rest. They're gonna make you sit down, and we don't want to wait for that because it gets really bad, you know what I mean? And so, and so whenever I move through life, I try as much as possible to look at it through the lens of a child, think about the infinite potential. Like I also think about how like time is infinite and like our beingness is infinite, and like that we shouldn't try to measure our experience just on this one life. You know what I mean? Because the thing is that after this life ends, you're gonna keep going. You know what I mean? There's so much more to experience. And so like I'm not really on like a mission that's just gonna encapsulate this body or this life or anything like that. Like it's something that goes way beyond. And like one of my favorite things is like if you've ever like read for a child, like I'll have some kids come up to me sometimes and they want a reading. And one child showed me their palm, and I was learning from this palm reader, and she said that it's really interesting reading for kids because they don't like have anything on their palm. Like it's pretty blank. It's like a clean slate. And like I like to think of our life like that, where it's like I know that we've gone through so much and we've been here for a while and a lifetime after lifetime, but it's like we can have that clean slate as well. We can start over any single time that we choose or decide to do. And like it's even cute when like I read the cards of this one kid, and he was asking, like he wanted to be a professional soccer player, and he asked me, is it possible? Could I do it? And the cards were like, hell yeah! You know what I mean? It's like, what is stopping this kid? Like there's nothing in the way because he's just begun, you know what I mean? So it's like, if he puts his mind to it, he can definitely 100% do it. Whereas like sometimes when I read for maybe older people or adults, it might say, well, you got this and this and this and this, and it's like, but it's like if we clean the slate, and a lot of those blockages that are coming up are just mental limitations, that like we are attaching ourselves too much to the narrative of what is our life already. But if we remember that we can constantly rewrite it and that we can do better. And then another point with like the conflict is like if you ever find yourself in a position you're like, well, I have this conflict with somebody, but they should approach me first, or why do I gotta do all the work, or why do I gotta fix it? Well, to that I would say is that like of course you have to be the bigger person, because who else is gonna do it? You know what I mean? There's only you. Everybody's you. So it means it's on you. You know what I mean? So like I'm at the point where like I'm not gonna shy away anymore from like approaching or starting the conversation, because like hey man, who else is gonna do it? I'm not gonna sit around and wait for everybody else to get it right. You know, I'm gonna be the one to get it right. Like I'm gonna be the one who does my work and makes it happen. And if other people don't match the energy, that's not my problem or my concern. But I'm pretty much wrapping up here, so thank you guys. Yes, question.
I mean, I guess this is for the collective, like, when are the children speaking?
This time, we just didn't have time to do it. So we invited more facilitators than we normally have. So we normally have 12, and this time we had like 6 more.
16.
So it's hard to squeeze everything.
Maybe we can, before closing, or something like that. Sure.
Any other questions, guys? And then the children are here. Let's talk to them whenever too. Yes. Yes, please. Go ahead with your question.
It's more like an observation.
Yes.
You've grown so much.
Oh, thank you. It's a proud moment, huh? Yay. Love you too.
What, Vaguely?
Yeah.
When you're a pioneer, when you're a maverick, when you're a visionary, he will get you. That is about the babes. You know, come on. Old souls, star seeds, crystal beams, indigos. Hello. Started out with a soul family. It would make sense. So here we are. Look right beside you. You know. We are the ones who nurture it, foster it, support it. You know, we are the safe zone to be who we are. So if we can't be able to acknowledge who we are with our own safe zone, how safe are we? You know, and then we're pretty damn safe. You know, we're damn safe. So for those that have the courage to step out and do it, and to learn from it and to grow from it, there it is. If you refuse it, you know I'm not. But burn that pearl too, because I was able to resonate with
Thank you. Appreciate that. Yes.
I second that.
Yeah, thank you, Celeste.
And I do believe that the great awakening of the golden age is us reclaiming our innocence, which the most direct reflection of innocence is the child. So it's the inner child within all of us that we are here to advocate for. That's why self-love, self-respect, and self-care is so important to really nurture that inner child that is just afraid, and that's why so many of us are going, oh, somebody please hear me, see me, please, please. And so yeah, so reclaim yourself. That's where home is. Home is within. Home is within. And with that being said, thank you for doing the work that you are doing. I'm on board with the movement of reclaiming our inner child, for having these kinds of workshops and perspectives. That also one of the easiest ways, if you're having a hard time to take care of your own inner child, is to acknowledge the children in physical form. That is the quickest way. And so when we can all advocate for the children as a humanity, we will ascend right there into the golden age. Heaven on earth.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So do we want to ask the children a question?
Yes. Sorry to put you on the spot.
Give the code.
Jeremy, come up here too. There's a chair for you.
What? Sit right there.
We would,
my God, I didn't ask. I didn't ask. I didn't ask a question.
Maybe somebody want to share with us or any insight? Can you tell us a little bit about some of the
Jeremy created a star map this morning that he's anxious to show off.
Oh, yeah.
I saw it. It was pretty cool, Jeremy.
It's right up here in the corner.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have someone who wants to share.
Okay, Nicholas?
Tell us a little bit about some of the beings that you see.
Well, I see Sasquatch, angels, dragons, ships. I see a whole bunch of things, but not in color. I only see them in orb form and like orbs, shape, and shapes. So I see them as.
Tell them what you saw at Sasquatch Convention for the sound bath.
So Tammy and Anthony were doing the sound bath, and I was like in the back where I could see. And then a giant ship lands on top of them. And then dragons and angels come out of it, surrounding the whole circle we were sitting in.
Do they speak to you?
No.
Who fell over? Who was it?
Gabe.
Oh, yeah.
Have you ever had any of them communicate otherwise?
No.
Yeah? Do you draw them?
No.
Do you try to document them at all?
I brought them.
Do you draw them?
You draw them, Nicholas?
Get over here, Captain. Stand right there. Tell them your name and your name.
Do you guys remember anything from before you were here?
Like on this earth here? Oh, unicorns?
Unicorns?
No. I don't remember anything.
Gabe, tell them about the green planet you were telling me about.
Green planet.
Thank you guys.
Okay, I'm getting this one scared.
May I share something? So during the talk that we had this morning, there were a lot of galactic beings that came in, and the star map that he drew is incredibly accurate for who was here.
Oh, wow.
So it is worth taking a look.
It's right now back at this sort of culture thing, and it's sitting on the red kids, and the marriage over behind the kid, those are simple. Thank you, Jeremy.
And
I'm ready.
also, record work was happening in that space.
Let's leave it.
Check out.
Tammy, let's leave it because it's paper and, you know,
Thanks, Captain.
Thanks, guys.
consciousness, awareness, willingness, choice. Because we all make choices. So my drums wanted to come today and hold space. This drum was made of and for community. First time it played was Winter Solstice years ago with this drum Moonshadow and Adam Sheldon Feather. So this is the drum that I wanted to play for you all. I had the resonance because it's not just about me. It's a we. It's a how they're not custom film outside, but I work with the light. The light works with me. And it's big, right? And it can be a little freaky being in a 3D reality because we're told so many people, well, you're too big, well, you're too small, well, you should be your biggest, well, you should be a little more quiet. I say, fuck that noise. It's time for us to break through all those old programs because they're gone. They're no longer running on the planet grids. Galactics have got the universal peace part of it largely covered. So the programs are only running in the individuals. We carry the memories, we carry the traumas, and their past lives are all kinds of things. It's all, you remember the Maya, the illusion. And those illusions can go really deep, and the illusions can go really high, but they're still not real. So that encouragement and that invitation for us to be who we are helps us to dissolve the Maya that isn't us. Helps us to dissolve and let go of whatever isn't of our own integrous field of being. And the field integrity has been coming up in the last 24 hours. It needs to be handled, folks. That's an invitation. We know about what we might call our auric field. We each have a field. We are field generators. We are creators. And our field's integrity is up for us to maintain and sometimes to create. Especially if we've been damaged, hurt, other things have happened. So we get to create, and then we get to have fun, and then we can co-create, and then we can find our family. First time Tammy and I told me, she was like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. And then she's like, what are you doing here? You're the only one here. And I know. Same thing up here, it's not building up, but when I realized it, you're like, that there's a tiny aspect of my bigness that's in this tiny little body. And we're expanding it. So it's not just, it's like a construction crew coming through. We're not just like, oh, 3D sucks, and I'm doing it right. It's also, we're going to expand that shit. So this is it. I'll portrait that wisdom I hear, so it may not be everybody's reality here. But I hear it's like the solution that everyone's struggling with is also leading to creation of something completely new. Something not seen before, something that hasn't been seen. That's why this place is an epicenter of the now. So also the invitation is be here now. Be present. However that looks, whatever practice gets you present, whether it's meditation, sound, frequency, culture, dance, drawing, doing crafts, creating what you do, whatever it is, all gifts are needed now. That's just the message we hear over and over. Every hand needed on deck. All hands on deck. All gifts are needed. Are you a scientist? We need astrogators, we need scientists, we need all of the arts. We need all of the brave ones, we need all of our hearts working together. Cohesion. That's another word, cohesive. How do we get to a cohesive whole? That's a choice, my friends. I'm going to just say that with my own certainty. That's a choice. So choose wisely, create wisely. So that whole creed, thank God for 3D, y'all, because you know it slowed us up, right? Everybody time anybody said, I mean, if we were not in 3D, that would happen. Boom, boom, with no filter, right? Okay, I would have been fallen on shore many times. Well, we've all had that experience of feeling darks come our way, unkind words, unkind thoughts. Monitor our thoughts, people. The holdup is sometimes going to be readiness. It's not a punishment necessarily, but if we were to go into full creation mode and not be ready, and not have that discipline of thinking or centeredness of integrity, neutral space holding, the ability to stand in it, even when it comes from all directions, without being swayed to one side, swayed to the other side, and all over, yeah. We stand in our beingness, it becomes doable. Not necessarily easy, but it reminds me of an old story, and maybe this is just my story, so bear with it. Whoever told me life was going to be easy lied. Whoever said that whole fairy tale, you're going to have this and this and this. But maybe it's not a lie. It doesn't have to be hard either. That's what the wisdom is. Choose wisely. We create that shit. We create it. And that can be a bitter pill to swallow, especially if it's not been a pleasant creation. And we can choose something different anytime, any place, any second. We don't have to hold on to it any longer. Or we can hold on to it as long as we want. Yeah. As a galactic representative, I am a human advocate. I'm an advocate for the humans. I say, give them a real chance. It's hard to operate sovereignty when one is asleep or enslaved. People have been enslaved by their programs, by their traumas, and this has not always been like happenstance, right? We know there's been off-planet interference. We know there's been breaking of treaties, not just on this planet, but off-planet. That being said, we can shift any time. We can choose a new moment. Choose a new moment. Choose a new moment. Choose a new moment. Anytime, any place, any space. That's a choice. And even if we forget, we can still choose again another time. So that's something I've had to learn lately. This is self-healing. Giving ourselves time to rest. Giving ourselves time to be nurtured by ourselves and each other. And find our people and show up. Showing up is really important these days. And it doesn't have to be for anybody else. Because at least for me, from my experience, when I show up, I get so much out of it. When I show up for you or you or you, I can vent too. Because we are one. Because we are co-creators. Because we are connected. Because we've chosen to be in this space and time together. This moment is really now. These words were not pre-planned. But anything that comes from my spirit, you can ask me anytime and I will regurgitate on demand. Because it's there and accessible at any time. I've been speaking my light language since '98, and I've been on this path since the '80s. So I've been doing this a long time. And that innocence piece that keeps threading through the weekend, that was a big turning point for me, was reclaiming my own innocence. As a 12-year-old child in Center City, Philadelphia, I went to the river one day with my roller skates, and I was like, this shit's too painful, I'm out. And I gave my childhood to the river, and I grew up right then and there. And then years later, I got the experience of reclaiming that innocence, of stepping back into my child wonderment. I wore white for the first time as an adult. And I really just, and then last summer, everybody's on lockdown. Well, Spirit didn't say I get to lockdown, maybe because I was just going to have to rest. But I got sent everywhere. My kids went to Philly, we went to Gulf, we came here to New Mexico, we went to Maine, Florida, Shasta, all over to do the worship. And I got to revisit that same exact spot and ask my sons to it. And I got to reclaim and I forgot river. And guess what? I'm an earth worker. I do the earth grids. I do the ocean work. I do water work. And how did I know at age 12 to go to that river because my childhood to step into my adulthood? We were born with our knowledge. Nobody gave it to us. That's why when we learn something new, and we go, oh, that's familiar. There's a part of me that resonates, right? That resonates. It's because it's who we are already. It's, yeah, the whole portion of you. We already are. And part of me wants to say, oh, co-creating is easy. But we see it's co-creating is. Maybe it's not hard, maybe it's not easy, but it is. And it's doable. And we got this. Got our perch down. And we get to choose in every time. At every turn. We get to expand our circles. Because we have Space Station 8 and we're like, woo, we get to do a thing. And this is a lot bigger than 8, and then we go out into the world and we expand our circles there. And you don't have to talk, you don't have to express, you don't have to advocate, just be. That was one of the first things I was told by my first spirit teacher. It's just shine your light and people will find you. And I had a hard time with that when I was younger because I wanted to be seen, I wanted to be understood, I wanted to be heard, I wanted to be honored, I wanted to connect, and it was like nobody saw me, it seemed. Or very few. So then I learned to be a solitary practitioner, and I learned to do things on my own and be okay with trusting my own wisdom. And guess what? Yeah, we're never alone. This planet's alive. Woo! We forget that shit. This planet is alive. This is a living being. This is not some abstraction that we happen to be walking upon while we're on the path. No, and you know what? This? Scratch your own finger or your hand or anything with a fingernail. Those cells that you scratched off is how thick the buildings of man are on this planet. So it's nothing. That wall is just empty space with some molecules of matter filling out. We all have our gifts and our abilities. So, practice wisely. Choose wisely. And be mindful of your own field integrity. We heard a message last night about your soul won't get you into trouble. And I got to experience that firsthand when I traveled back in the day as a 19-year-old. I got to find out that I'm a protected child of the universe. I'm a protected child of God, if you will. And I got to test it. And I got to find out it was real. So, create your own tests that are within your own field's integrities. Yeah, the proportion. Because my field's duration is not going to be the same because everybody has their gifts, their purpose for being. I once heard a wise woman I love dearly say, if you're still sucking air, you still have a purpose for being. And we're here, we've got a whole bunch of knowledge. And that's a choice too. And sometimes we're not ready. I'm not advocating, jump in the deep end! Oh, no, I'm drowning. No. I didn't go to the Delaware Stinky River and jump in. I energetically gave it my childhood, right? So do what we know to be in alignment with our own field's integrity. Because we are in charge of that shit. We are responsible for that spaceship. Now Merkabah's, that's like the vehicle within which our field's integrity can then use it to travel. And that's like another technique. If you guys are interested in something like that, come grab it later. Because people have different Merkabah shapes. But the 6-pointer star is very, very common for the human folk, but it's not far. And these geometries, these shapes, these dimensions, they are also gateway portals, access points. Go appreciate that. If you've ever been in a spirit situation where you felt for some reason like can't go any further, it may not be because anything's wrong with you. It may be to protect your sanity. Because when we step into higher realms of awareness, illusion will go. Illusion cannot survive in that space. So, if a human enters a space like that and they are completely convinced that they are their own illusion, what do we think might happen? It's like the Matrix. If you die in the Matrix, you die because you believe you were that thing. So it's not to keep people out, it's not to be better or less, because in the reality, I know better than anyone here. I'm not better than the molecule in the floor. Detail, we are all there. So that's where that integrity of field is important. Go honor yourselves. Listen to your guys. And an important piece that people don't always remember is you get to ask. That's a choice. You get to ask. Because those beings that operate with sovereignty and respect for our sovereignty are waiting. We have teams, legions. For each individual in this room, there are legions of beings. We're like, ready to tag in, ready to jump in and help, ready to be here for us. But we have to ask. We have to ask because our higher selves, our spirit guides, our ancestors, the Wota, who are here in abundance as well. Thank you, ancestors. They wait for the invite. They wait for the invitation because they honor sovereignty. They honor the free will piece. That's not just words to bandy about and philosophical discussion to have. They actually act on it. So that's also then a discussion for discernment. Discernment is a practice. And test it. Really test it. I used to do a really silly test. In the city of Philadelphia, taking the subway. If I go up this stair, I'll get the bus, and it'll be a quick ride home. If I go up this stair, I won't have to cross a huge 5-lane road, and I'm closer on foot, and I'll have to walk home. Which way should I go? Is the bus coming or not? And my spirit would tell me. And guess what? It was right every day. I didn't always listen. I didn't. Oh, the big bus, no, I'm going to walk. The bus for the 5 lanes. So I would test it every day. And that was a part of my learning to trust my own wisdom, to trust my own spirit, my higher self. Whatever we're going to label it, so if we go back into that, we all have our flavor, so it could be called anything. That part is awesome choice. Your choice with all of it. So it's now time to stand in our choices. It's now time to step into that responsibility. Because with that knowledge, with that awareness, with that growing, with that essential peace comes responsibility. And consent is also important. That comes up over and over in our circles. Because trust me, my family knows. If I see a fire, I'm going to run and put it out, right? But I don't always get to put it out. Because it's not always my fire to deal with. And my desire to be in service will override almost everything else. Maybe it's a road thing. Maybe you know, it's going to think about it. Oh, so, yeah, nice, how some of us will rush to be in service. That wasn't my good. And that's a choice too. So this is why I feel so grateful right now to be among every one of you all here. Because for years I would come for the 90s, over that time when I was on my own, and I would listen to music, and music every day. I was like, oh, this guy has he's talking about turning the key and then you can go inside and yay! You know, nobody in Idaho Falls is talking about that shit. Oh, I see. Heartsongs. I still go and visit her. I haven't lived in that house since '99, and I still go see her. Because she's my grandmother. So remember, when we feel loved, planet's alive! We're not alone in that regard. Not even talking about our ancestors and our spirit guides and all of the celestials and all of the star nations who are here in abundance always. But the earth itself is here with us. And we are here with her. So the trees are here, the bushes, the grass. These things love. The earth loves to hear our songs and to feel our footsteps and dance and connection. And unfortunately, most of our human societies, what we consider civilization now, train people to forget those things. We were trained away from our natural knowing. The little ones know. They're born knowing. They came on board like, oh, Shanté, I remember. I remember being 2 years old and tugging at my mother and being like, I remember before I was born. And lucky for me, I was pat on the head and told, what an imagination you have. Oh, so I became the imaginative one, which is better than some people's fate, even in this room. But I was still marginalized. My wisdom wasn't listened to. So we can do that differently too. Now we can listen to our own wisdom now. We can go back and be the parent we didn't get to have at that moment. Because they tried their best and that's my choice to view it as that. They did the best with what they knew. And they loved us as much as they were capable. But if they were asleep or they were already in their program, like their church and their city and their community and their families and their schools had trained them to be. It had no real tools to meet us where we were, where we are. So some of us had to come a little early, start planting seeds, start building foundations. We're past that. That point of construction has been done for a while. Those foundational grid line works have been done since maybe, at least in my understanding, since 25 at least. So what are we going to do now? Yeah, well, workshops. And you know what I choose? I choose this. I choose everyone in this room. I choose my family. I choose gratitude. I choose heart. I choose to keep my heart open, even when it gets bruised. That's Galactic heart. You want to know Galactic heart? Yes, we could go look at each other, and we can right now. So we're going to do the core of the Galactic side, Galactic heart, universe, however you want to think of it. Send the energy up, whoo, and then send it down to the core of the planet. Whoo. That's what I do. Keep anchored. We keep on track on this planet because we're in a 3D reality. So that's the navigational tool to do that. But it's here that we choose to keep it open or not. And that's a choice. So we all will get hurt and or have been hurt. Eventually. And then we can choose to keep it open anyway. So Alex's class, I heard some of us go, oh, you're crying, you're going to be Alex's class. And me, I'm like, yes, please, let's go. Because that heart openness is amazing to feel. And maybe I'm just ranting for my own galactic self now, but not all forms of life have the emotional depths and heights as being in a human form. We have this amazing opportunity to feel so much that maybe some of us, when we were in other forms, didn't even have access to, didn't even know was possible. Well, yeah, they do. So I say to embrace that shit. Love ourselves fiercely. Love each other fiercely. Step into our gifts, whatever they look like. Be courageous, coming from the heart in our creation. Because I'm not necessarily interested in the F word, and I will say only one spirit, because that's a construct I've chosen out of. For the most part, and that years of testing my own wisdom against the 3D reality I found myself in helped me to fortify that knowing of self and that trusting of self. And I've been demolished, I've been destroyed, and I always found some concrete, stronger than concrete, stronger than steel, foundational piece within. but then I launch back up off of. So finding that piece, sometimes that's where we have to go to really reclaim our who we are in our fullness. That's a choice too, okay. So even when sometimes shit gets shitty, I embrace that too. Because that's when I've learned to stand in it. And I love and bless Elizabeth's out there now. Because she's somebody I reached out to when I was in Layla recently. And she basically said, as a sister, you get to stand in it. You don't get to run away. Because my shit looks like, I'm here. And then like, they used to call it being a monkey. I'll throw my shit and you can't somebody say So it's a choice. And then we get to encourage each other. We get to stand in it. You realize, and I love you. We get to do that for each other. So the benefits of continuing to be in it, even when cohesion hasn't happened quite yet, or even when conflict arises, is we get so much support, we get so much love, we get so much opportunity to learn and grow and work this shit together. Create what's next together. And this is the practice part, because once frequencies are, things go instantly. So we need to be that level of clarity. We need to no longer be dragging our baggage behind us. Because we don't want to create more of the same. We want to be present. And when I say we right now, I'm speaking as myself as a plurality. I am not a singularity. We are a plurality. Multidimensional beings. That's my personal experience. But what I speak doesn't resonate for you. The invitation is let it go. It's okay. The opportunity is great. The opportunity is exciting, and it's fun, and it's the invitation when I speak in my light language. If you speak your own, feel free to speak to me anytime. If you haven't yet stepped into your own frequency of that sort, and it could look like it might look like sign language, it could look like a million different things. If that would get it, picture. It's frequency. So trust your body, trust your feelings. Because that's where we get it. May not come through the understanding of the mind. And the mind is a beautiful tool, but it's not the captivation. In my experience, my spirit, who I was before this lifetime, who I will always be beyond this lifetime, infinity, that is the captain of choice for my we are actually this rules. Even when we go to the right. And my head is like that. And I do hear from the ancestors too. One of my practices is to sing in nature. And often it's a solitary job. So it's loud, right? We sing for the mountain, and at times it's like a lineup of people that, can you see my son tears? Like ancestors haven't gotten visited for a while, and I'm like, hey, so I do my best as an individual on the planet to honor the traditions of the beings who are there in the spaces I work in. Whether that means bringing tobacco and an offering, authority to say if you don't have tobacco, if you don't have cedar, if you don't have sage, pinch of the herb in your hand, put your hand over it, and ask that it be blessed in the best and highest good for what's needed in the moment. Because that you can use. You can pull Chita Asha. You said the other day, about, if you have saliva, spit it out. I get these saliva activations that are DNA programs as earth healing practices. So it's like programming our own molecular structures to be a blessing. We can do that with every part of our human physicality. You gotta go take a tinkle in the woods, you're like, I'm blessing the planet. That's the water, crystal. That water we just exuded is programmable. We programmed it. We programmed it as the best in high school. We sent a blessing to our mother, to our planet, to Earth, to our communities. Watch a bunch of my memories like, go around the Africa.
Like downtown.
Downtown! Well, let's walk around. You're like ruining the car side of that. Well, we can do it in the cities. So this isn't limited to just forest and nature practices. Send that blessing through the pipes. They don't go bless down the water treatment center or whatever. It's all blessing to But that is consciousness peace. That's choice. A lot of us are just too busy. We're like, I'm going to look at my phone and take that right. We're not necessarily tuning into the potentiality into the moment because we get distracted, and that's okay. I'm not saying give up all distractions. I'm never going to preach to anybody to anything. Really. All that I'm presenting are the codes of light that I am aware of as truth is in my reality and our reality and as co-creators that we are. The rest is choice. We get to choose how to apply them. We get to choose when to use them. Choose wisely. Create wisely. Find our communities in our circle. Let's get together. I had so much fun this weekend. Being with everyone, loving my, I got them to, you know, I met you through Nichelle.
I know.
I got to know.
And I brought you guys.
Like Nichelle was like the catalyst of me finding my galactic family. In a very real way. So we never know what little things that we, may feel drawn to, our intuitions is like, let me go check this out. And if you aren't sure if it's spirit or something else, if it's your higher self or something else, test it. As far as I'm aware, the ones who hold those spaces of awareness, they're never going to intercede unless we're inviting them. They will not violate free will, and they will not violate sovereignty. And if they do, it may be a different ball of wax we're dealing with. Sometimes there's off-planet interference. Sometimes there's on-planet interference. And we can bless them too. We can choose not to make an enemy out of anybody. Because it all serves. So who here wants to play a little bit with your own sounds and frequencies for a moment? Okay, so the invitation is, we're going to do some themes, some touring, some talking, some singing, and you can stand up, you can sit down, you can move your body. Just be aware that light language is not just the sound, it's the movements, it's the artistry, it's the making, some people do sign language. And what I'm going to ask that you do is you just make any sound at all, even if it's guttural. It doesn't close them off. We have a friend who felt very self-conscious about her actually that came out in a place that she felt like wasn't sounding free. Doesn't matter how it sounds. We get to express from our authentic space of who we be. So like that. So shall we start with an E? All right. wants to speak into the space, feel free.
I have a question. How did the light language come to you?
Okay, so that's a quick story. So in '98, I was hanging out with a good spirit friend, and I've been doing things like running off like energy off of me to get rid of it, to clear myself. And she said, "Why don't you try pulling it up now?" So I did it. And I said, "Oh my God, I can facilitate my own release." And I start crying. I feel like in a car, at a concert, just move my energy, just do my own thing. And I hadn't really like read a book about it, or I was experiencing it. And she got an urge to reach out to one of her friends. Got her on the phone, and this friend of hers spoke light language. She goes, "My friend has a message for you." And I'm like, "I don't know who this lady is, but okay." She hands me the phone. We're at a pizza place using a public phone. And this woman says, "The angels have a message I have to tell you." So it's talking to her. My friend goes, okay. And then she's like, "Oh, and here's the translation. Heavenly Father, blah, 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 the angels." And I'm like, I got this. Because my body and my energy knew that it wasn't accurate. It was being translated, not that it was completely off, but it was like this through the lens of her perceptual, where she came from, she was raised from one thing, it was like, it had all that residual stuff. And so I'm getting pissed off, my brain is confused. Because my brain's like, "What was that shit?" And my body's like, "That's not right, did she say it?" And so it was this interesting thing. And eventually I did a lot of blessing works with these people, and I had my own light language come to me just a few months later. And when I would think of it as a cosmic accident, and it became like baby talk. Started very short burst little sounds. And then she had me go through, now you speak, and then now you translate, and now you speak and translate, because in the Christian constructs they do tongues, and they do blessings in a very specific manner. I wasn't raised with that construct. So after that, I started doing it as a solitary practitioner, and I would chatter away to myself, and I realized this is my spirit's language. So this is not like somebody channeling through me. I don't experience light language as a channel. I experience it as me, expressing me and my knowledge, and the knowledge I have access to. So when I say Alama, the first time I introduced myself in light language was on a hike. I was tasked with connecting with total strangers and making an authentic, real connection. And I went down these people. They need a blessing. So I said, Yana Azana, which means I am Alana. Alana means bringer of light. And so I am bringer of light. It wasn't my name is, or you can call me. It is who I am. And I spent years just practicing and then eventually sharing it with circles and feeling a little self-conscious because I didn't have a lot of people to talk to. But I grew more and more comfortable in my beingness and what was being said. And I lost the interest in translating every word because I could feel what was being said and I could be what was being said. It was no longer necessary to be like, now I have to put it in a box of my human understandings. So that's an invitation as well. As your light languages emerge, as the sounds and the frequencies emerge, it's okay to just feel into it and let your feelings guide you, let your heart guide you. So what's being said and what you call worship. Because you know what you know what you know. And that you always have within you. Whatever that wisdom of you is, that beauty, that frequency, that light that you came to shine, that gift that we brought here together, it's up to each of us to step into that now. And that's the urgency piece. We can create cohesion. It's not always easy, you can't team, but we can create and co-create and continue to expand our circles of light and welcome all of our family in, welcome all of our aspects of self, and let go of all the illusions and the stories of and so the thing I like to say at light language classes, human languages are very precise and linear. But we can lie, we can deceive, we can say one thing and mean another, or we can say one thing and that person means something and we think it means this thing, and it causes a lot of confusion. In light language, maybe not so precise, but accurate. Energy doesn't lie. Thank you all so much for listening. Choose wisely. Can we do one more E? Closing Shekinah Rey? All right. Take a deep breath in. And then let your light language or sound or anything out after the end of the E.
Nichelle, Moonshadow.
Namaste. It's good to see you all. Thank you for sharing this space. I see you. I love you. I appreciate you. How many of you here have seen life channeling? Okay. How many of you have experienced somatic release? Okay. So for those of you that have not, and even if you have seen that, know that everything is fine and everything is locked down. So whatever you see is okay. Okay? I have called in my guardians. I have called in assistants to assist with the process. So your only job is to be open and receive unless you were called in. In this blue box that's about to be passed around, there's little silver lids. I don't know if you guys saw the table in the other room. They are protection oils. They are all channeled. Some of them are from Peru and some of them are from Shasta. So we're going to pass this box around, and as I am talking, you are more than welcome to grab one and keep it as my offering to you, to continue to protect you from this channeling and from the ancestors that will be coming through here shortly. If you feel called to give donation for them, you are more than welcome to do that. If not, that's fine too. Again, they're gifts, right? Just being here. Can you go ahead and pass them? Just if you want one, grab one and then pass. If you want to share, you can do that too. I have to move a little. I'm already pulling it, so you'll have to just bear with me. Today, Garrett and I got to speak about a very powerful thing that happened. We got to put some tools to rest. Because a prophecy was fulfilled today. And part of this channeling is to help host them, because all of you showed up. In many lifetimes and years. The ancestors are very happy that we've put our work in, and we still have a lot to do. Honoring myself, honoring your work, honoring others' work. Your heart will no longer hurt. You all are choosing to grow new roots, and I am about to give you permission to do so through me, and then I will untether and you will keep your roots to the ground, yes? You are all about to receive Akashic records for this collective prophecy being met. How many of you know what a record keeper is? How many of you have met one? Well, now you have. And I cannot tell you how grateful I am to release some of these records. It's very, very heavy and hard to carry billions of years of records in one vessel. You are giving me another piece of freedom by being here. Shanté, I live in Idaho Falls, and it's a very hard place to get culture, and some of you in this room have been there. It's very hard to get the culture to understand this football sport. This is our daily life as things progress. And hiding constantly. So thank you also for letting us be open and free. Through this channeling, you will hear many languages, languages from the earth, languages from the ancestors, languages from the star worlds, languages from all around the galaxies and universe that unite us. Shanté and I move Akashic records on a regular basis for individuals. This is our first time doing it collective for our family. So she will be helping translate. And if at any point you get lost, I'm going to practice inhale through the nose. And as you exhale, you will literally drop into your root. For those who need Akashic records to come and activate those DNA strands. We saw this party. If at any point any of you are called to exit space, please do so. Yesterday was severing and blasting holes. My body, that is what I am. I feel everything and everyone in the room, the earth, the sky, the wind, the trees. I was meant to sustain all four elements, the above, the below, and the me. So through that, subconsciously sometimes you carry judgment, yes, I don't need to. This is a very vulnerable space for me. So for the safety of myself, I ask that at any point if you're uncomfortable or the slight judgment comes in, please exit the room. It is harder for me to activate warrior and shield myself, which is why I called my team to help.
I appreciate you. Again, I love you. I will be exiting after. While you guys drown, I will close with you from outside because I will be being brought back. That's when Tammy and Anthony will be taking over. If you didn't get to connect, I apologize. If you didn't get my contact info, please grab it if it's still going around or connect with someone that has it. And feel free to contact me. I ask please give me 3 days. I'm going home and crawling my hole in the earth. And doing my Akashic integration after this. So, I love you all. I'll give you guys a moment to settle in. I'm going to walk around the circle really quick with the offering bowls and be able to take another pinch of offering. Because these Akashic records, you must be filled with gratitude and open to receive. Seni öyle yana erkek değmem.
As I finish introduction, those of the team that did not get sage, you will be the last to grab and set in space as we get ready to enter the portal. Today I wear the color of red because red is the color the spirits see. I have a guardian back home that recently came into my life. At home I have a drum and sing. And there's a guardian that recently came in my space who is deer. So I will be covered in deer because he also is tethering me with the ancestors of our drum. So I ask that you pay attention here as well, give him gratitude for holding us all down, because it's not just me, it's all of you as well. Everybody by offering, yes? When we enter the realms, we understand that everything here is a materialistic object. It holds no sustainability when I cross over. This is me offering my purity to you. This is showing you my true form. Stay na. Kaya may mahigit. Ani la niya na makaiyak din. Sudah dia na kitihan eh. Hindi. Bari ang natin.
Are you guys ready?
Yes.
Want to know?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Honor yourselves for your experience. Honor the experience that you embody. We are all creation. We are all co-creators in this moment. In unison, collective collaboration, full operation is Galactic possible playing. Love Mother. Love Earth.
Well, good thing shit now. I'm gonna get yeah.
The records are unseen. They're unseen. Receive.
The old stories are done. We are here in our separation triggered. Fighting, throwing daggers in our separation. So these old stories can be done. Breathe. What's más? Breathe. Today we come together to hurt, to feel free. We all hurt as one, to feel free. The pain must be and must release. In the same way, Moonshadow is shaking. There's pain stuck in your body, asking to be released.
Breathe. Breathe.
To remember what it is to be together. Yet yesterday we so easily were split apart. This is the lesson as we came and all has happened exactly as it was meant to happen so that we may be here now, breathing, remembering what it is to be all as one. Where is your accountability in that? What did you grab yesterday? What did you throw? What have you not returned? What have you not offered? Yesterday, Aztec warriors marched on this land. They marched to this land to meet my ancestors, who, in response to me going on the ground, where I began to be trapped by a worm, came and marched to see me. They were not invited here. And when the Aztecs met, there was some battle and some war to decide whether or not we were worthy. And in alternate timelines, Nichelle laid down her life. Head and head together, laid down her life so my people could stay. manifestation of all of us.
Remember oxygen, remember water, second half, second piece, H2O, water, oxygen.
We're simply transmuting what has already been carried. You are offering to take some and carry. This has already been carried, and all you are doing is picking up some of the load. We've reached a point in remembering, and a point in being here together, where you already made the choice. It's no longer an option. You came this far, you made the fucking choice. It's no longer an option. Breathe. When it is gone, it is gone. When it is done, it is done. This is a process of a foster-perfect bioprocessing. Breathe. Women, we are meant to come back together in communion and union to do this work. To meet one another and move the magic, move it all in the way only you can. Breathe. This is an invite. Do you heed the invitation? Do you heed the invitation?
Yes.
Breathe, breathe, breathe. Drop it down to the earth. Breathe. We are integrating into the earth. We are integrating and moving for Mama. Drop it down and breathe. Roots, roots, roots. big, let them go big before they go small and wide. Deeper. Some of you may feel different and uncomfortable for the ground in which your roots are going. Breathe while you do so. May be different than this ground. Como Shanté, ha! In nose. Out mouth. Come together, settle back as one, settle back as one. The roots speak to each other. We are connected. Settle back as one. Settle in. Coming back to body. Back to present time body. Oh. Yesterday when Nichelle gave her life for me, I was offered blessing to call in the Aztec warriors. So you have rooted through Nichelle. I am the one calling in, holding space for protection. Were you leaving your roots to disconnect from her and take them home with you? I may only do that because she gave me her life in another time and space so that I made sure here. It is why you see me when she speaks, put my hand on the ground and cry, because I move the pain that she feels for her, the pain in her DNA for my people. Breathe. We are family. When it is gone, it is gone. When it is free, it is done. Breathe. We're settling in towards the final fragments. Breathe. Checking in if you're feeling pressure in the back of your head or in your jaw. I would like you to relax your jaw, tongue out. Follow Garrett's lead. Settling, pulling back into your body. There is going to be much remembering returning to you. We're all coming back. All coming back. This is not new. You are just remembering. We are just remembering. We laid down the sacrifice for you, the offering for you to remember with greater ease. Breathe. Settling in, we're dropping back down, coming back to present time. Big in. Slow mouth out. You're releasing what you've been seeing, what you've been remembering, what you are knowing. We're coming back to present time. Big in. Slow out. It is still there. It is yours. You will have time. It's not going anywhere. Drop your roots. Connect in your roots. Coming back in the body. Connect into those roots. Those roots are yours now. Breathe in. One more time. Big in. Hold in more. In more. Tongue out. Draw open. Slow out into your roots. Bring our palms rub together. Come back, body. Hi, body. Moment of looking around. Holy shit, you love being here. The story you came with, you don't want to be here anymore. You don't want to do this anymore. That is not our story anymore. We are done with that damn story because we don't have time and that shit is boring. Okay? Over it. I want to be here and I want to be here with you. And I need you to want to be here with me because it makes what we do a whole hell of a lot easier. And ask for that responsibility Nichelle talked about and that Elizabeth talked about today, us coming back together and handling our own space. And we touched and talked about this. This is our moment. So connecting in with your support, but coming back into your own space. Remember how we talked about connecting into a physical body thing? I invite you to tap if it feels good. Help your energy. Help your physical meat suit machine move energy to your energy meridian points. We're going to do a couple rounds together. We're going to start at the top of our head. You can do pressure if the tapping feels too intense. Points of our eyebrows. Temples. Cheekbones. Top of the lip. Breathe. Above the chin. Right under your collarbone. Good job. Back to body. Hey, y'all. Middle of your chest. Points of your rib cage. Very common for these to be sore. Sides of your rib cage. Inside of your wrist. First knuckle on your thumb. Pressure. Pointer. First knuckle. Pressure. Breathe. There we go. Hi. EFT, emotional freedom technique. Tapping. We just physically moved energy through energy meridian points. You just help your body recalibrate and upgrade what we just did. These are going home with you. You can reach out and ask questions, not necessarily both to Moonshadow and I, though you will get Nichelle when you are scheduling with Moonshadow. It feels good. I'm going to keep going through my points on pressure, so free to follow up me if it feels good. We may not, though there can be translation of your Akashic records, we may not always have access to what you were given. You have the answer. A big theme this weekend was there is no guru. You are your own answer. So if you automatically feel like you need help finding, I need someone to help me with this, the answer is absolutely no, you don't.
Okay.
One more thing. They are also programmed to come at a divine timing and set intention for ease. I'm all about ease and flow. So while this experience in itself was very intense, this information is going to come to you with ease and with flow. And it is yours now, and you still maintain consent and free will. I will invite you to remember when I asked whether or not you repeated the invitation what your answer was. Because I am here because 10 days ago, Aztec warriors presented to me on the roof of my new office while I was gritting in a spaceship. Said, we wait for you in the desert. Do heed our invitation. Breathe. Thank you. No more patient. Thank you. For holding me, for holding her, and for allowing us to hold space for you and with you. This was such an incredible gift. I'm proud of you. You matter. And the fact that you are in this room means that you really fucking matter. What? You really fucking matter. Matter. And every interaction, you standing in line at a grocery store, your frequency is affecting somebody else. Accountability to what we do to one another and how we hold one another. We're going to close out and help me bring her home. Together, I'm going to ask you to do so. We're going to do some exhales together, come back, settle into space. And that thing that Nichelle asked you for Moonshadow about judgment and connection, I want you to connect in with your own frequency and your own thing that's coming through on here. And if your frequency doesn't feel good to come through, because there's a lot coming through right now, I'm just going to ask you don't join us in an Om, and instead you can just breathe through. If you're ready and prepared and it feels good, I would love for you to join me. We're going to do 3 and we're going to roll. So when you are out of breath, you'll gain into your breath. Understand? Understand?
Yes.
Okay, big exhale. Big in.
Low. I have been just listening to myself and writing music and learning how to record it and just working through everything as we all are together. So I'm just going to share some original music and thank you for hearing me. literally got my nails done, guys. And I went and got my nails done. So today I was like, you guys need to file these. Like, I can't believe it's hard. I was like, do I sing a cappella or just do it? Can I just get a little vocal on it, please? Pretty please, just a little. How's the sound for you guys? Yeah? Okay, so that one was called Roots, and that one was written with the collective, so I thought I'd start it off that way.
Was that when we were whistling while we were?
Yeah, so I can share the story. We were in Crest and we were cleaning land at Sienna's, and I was like humming this melody, and Tammy's like, I heard that this morning. And I'm like, oh my god. Because when Tammy says that, oh man. So we all started singing it, and we were like loading trees into the truck and singing the song, and yeah, it was fun. That's how we wrote it. But tonight, in space, I feel like I'm able to share this, but tonight is an anniversary for me, specifically of something that I've held on to a really long time. And I don't know, I recommend every year of just like what my experiences as a human is, right? Because I think we all learn like the tools on like how we can help ourselves with like activations and losing attachment of our history, but also finding, a lot of our purpose in it and like our reconnection to ourselves through it. So I find myself every year just becoming more safe in my body, and I really thank you both and also Tammy for holding space for me to start that journey. But today is 4 years since I experienced something, and I wrote this song for my son right after it happened because I honestly felt like time just kept going after that day, and we don't always get to sit and process what happens. So life has just continued to live, right? And I write music to kind of capture how I'm feeling in moments of growth. So this song is for my son, Chino. On the cold cement, really big. It's been fading from all the footsteps of wind and the rain. Even though the night has been collecting, I can still see the memory of what was. Do you still see me? Even though I'm fading like the chalk on the street. Do you believe when the colors fade and they remain? So here I'll be for you, baby. Helps me fill the space. Am I asking for too much when I pray? You remain near to me. The colors fade, but they remain. So here I will be for you, baby. Here I will be for you, baby.
I forgot that was still here.
Well, so you know how we are wearing masks all the time, like depending on where we go, you know? So I work a part-time job, so all day today I've just been like holding space for happy. And tonight I just be in a safe space, and I just want to hold space for grieving for anyone that needs to grieve. I mean, it's hard to hold that space. So. But also, it's time to celebrate as well. This song is called Cycles, and it's on Spotify. You can listen to the music. What good is your love if it don't change you? You saw this, you spoke this. Don't get caught in your words, 'cause when we only go till we got no spot to exit our cycle. It's denial, it's survival, keeps repeating on a running. I don't wanna go back to places I've been. Wasn't letting me start again. Hold as fast as a face to face. Let the night light away. Till we got no spot to exit our cycles. It's denial, it's survival that keeps repeating on the right. No, I don't go back the way that I came. Just let me start again. Move faster, it's a face to face. Let the night light away. Sit with it, let it move. Thank you. How much time do I have here, Tammy?
You have like one more song and then we're gonna get ready.
Alright. Alright, we'll be one more. I don't even know
When she says one more song, does it?
I just want to know what's in the toy.
It's all over to her bed.
Alright.
Go to her
I'll
bed.
go to myself.
That's always hard to hear.
This one is called Somebody. you're watching and if you're here sharing. Thank you, Tammy. Thank you, Anthony, for this beautiful space. You guys give it up one more time for Anthony and Tanya. Thank you so much. Charlie! Who's next?
Russ?
Tammy, you're up next.
Yeah.
When I was a young boy, my father took me into the city to see a marching band. He said, son, when you grow up,
feel comfortable doing. I am the captain of the mothership. I am here. You are here. If you are here, you are ready. If you are ready, you are here. Yes. Are you ready? Yes. We have the mothership outside. We just saw a lot of good mothers there. The feminine is here. What we are doing as we close tonight is we are integrating the feminine and the masculine, Earth and the Galactic.
Yeah.
I invite you into this space. I want to tell you a little bit about what we'll be doing so that you can step in or step out. The energies are going to be very, very strong. Again, if you're here, you're ready. If you're ready, you're here. So, first thing we are going to do is we're going to let it go.
Yeah.
All right? We're going to be led into the spaceship. You will see a yellow line. Please do not go over the yellow line. That is our performance area. There will be fire. Please do not go over the yellow line for danger. First, there will be a 5 Nations Indigenous medicine woman. She will be allowing you to take sage and tobacco if you so choose. During that, as you are taking it, you are setting your intention for New Earth. If you decide to come on this journey with us, we will be quickly going to New Earth. You will be picking up the blueprints for where you are going next in your journey. So this is not something you are going to do lightly. This is something that in this space right now, if there's anything that you need to let go of, and if something just came to mind, just let it go. I don't know how you let go. If you breathe, if you wiggle, if you walk, if you laugh. As we walk to the spaceship, you will be letting go of anything that does not serve you on the New Earth. We will be getting our blueprints. Once we have the blueprints, you can leave the spaceship once we get to New Earth. If you feel comfortable jumping off the spaceship and exploring, go do that. I will call you back. You need to jump right back on the ship. This is a quick visit. Okay, we're just visiting quickly, and then we're coming back. So grab your blueprints, whatever New Earth looks like to you. We will get back on the ship. When we come back, we will be closed by masculine energy. All right, so again, native earth energy will close us. And then you can rocket off to wherever you're going to sleep tonight. Okay, any questions? All right, please stand up. Take a moment of silence, please. Set your heart for this journey. Garrett, Garrett is going to lead us out.
Come on. Are you guys ready? Yeah. I don't hear enough laughter. Yes. Follow the leader. Come on now. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on to the ship. Come on to the ship. Come on, follow.
Trauma, generational karma, accumulated trauma, trapped energy perceived as my identity? Suffering was necessary for purification. Holding on to it is energetic constipation. I have a choice. It's time to use my voice. This is dedicated to the asses of the masses. Euphoria, the download movement. Why so much constipation all across the nation? The time has come for detoxification. There is an urge for a collective purge. Pressure at capacity needing to surge. Toxic waste ready to escape and lighten the load before we explode and let that shit go. So I do my part. Relax my sphincter and part. I pass gas out my ass. Release the pressure. I pass gas out my ass. Can I get a witness? Pass gas out my ass. All we had to do was take a dump. That's how we got drunk. That's how we got drunk. The only wall is down the hall. It's called a stall. Let's step out of the herd. Squat down and take a turn. The cosmic shift has hit the fan. Get your booty on that can. Let's shift out of shift and into flow. And lighten the load before we explode and let that shitty shit go. I pass gas out my ass. Release the pressure. I pass gas out my ass. Can I get a witness? I pass gas out my ass. Have you heard the scoop? It is crowning. It is crowning. Take a poop. There's no need to blush. It's the royal flush. Now there is space. Etheric fractals in an embrace. Pep in my step, glide in my stride. Euphoria, I am alive. Doing it alone, but doing it together. Doing it alone, but doing it together. I am the permission slip, if you need one. I am the shift. You are the shift. We are the shift. The mother shift. And go. Music. Turn.
La vie serait pas tant. Comme ça. J'ai le vous avez tout le temps. Attention, prenez garde. C'est vrai.
I just don't set the moon on fire!
To do comme ça. À flammes intimement. N'allez jamais trop vite en aimant simplement pour avoir de la réussite. Soyez très très prudents, l'amour en a bien. En souriant gentiment, en flamant gentiment,
Right into the next one, too?
Friends and relations, please use the laboratory before we take off. However you dump it now.
Ooh.
Oh, that's so cool. Okay, that's really cool.
Yes!
Running out, fine. But did you want to light a little palito? No, I can't carry your finger. Oh, there it is, yeah, there it is, your finger. I'll help you with my headlight. I'll help you with my headlight, master.
He's got a headlight. You didn't know.
There you go. Now, we have our 5 Nations Indigenous Medicine Woman. She is from the Cheyenne tribe, Mayan, Aztec, Navajo, and Yakte. She is calling in the 4 directions, and she will be bringing in eagle and condor medicine. We welcome Moonshadow. And also assisting is on loan from the Galactic Federation retired Commander Shanté.
I meet you in the desert. We meet you in the desert. I'm here because 4 days ago, Aztec warriors, Anthony's people, showed up on the roof of my building. Said we are waiting for you in the desert. Your family is there.
Bringing in a spaceship, right? Pulling you off. There was a lot of shit going on. There was a dead buffalo I was trying to send back. Okay. They said you not heed our invitation. With menstrual blood painted on their face. The men carrying the power of their paws on my girl shit. On the top of my head. The Aztec gives me lullabies for my medicine woman when she has a hard time coming for me. Because my medicine woman is of the earth. 5 different strands of earth run through her. And so we are taking her to the stars today. And with it we are taking whatever of is us that is left of old world. That in order to bring home something you must give offering.
White girl me didn't know how to offer to the earth before. We are not taught that. We forgot that. When my medicine woman came home 3 months ago and moved herself into my house, I was struggling to breathe some days because her DNA demands tribal connection, demands soul family. And while I would lay in bed with my body tense and shaking after she went to sleep, I had to go hunting for it in my own DNA. I had to go hunting for where is this for me? Why don't I have what she has? And I had to go back hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years to my Viking ancestors when the Romans, disguised as Catholics, marched in and we fell. The nation who could never fall, we fell. The nation who met the Aztecs out in our conquering, met the Aztecs in the forest, us too with our women's blood that we took with us in jars. And all of them saw all of us, and we went, "You're crazy. I'm not gonna do, let's just be friends, okay? Let's just not do this." And the same energy is the energy of the ground here. And it's what makes it possible. Sage and tobacco for us to have what we need to ignite. To go where we all actually live. And to bring home back to us. Because if you are called here, you are the keeper of your own tribe. And in this ignition, in this coding, is a remembrance that we are all a tribe. And not some bullshit business version of like your tribe. Oh my god, like meet your tribe. Becky, stop it! Stop it, Becky! Okay? But really what that means. Yeah. And what Ashkia taught us today about brothers going and sacrificing their life to bring home the brother that the tribe needed more. Breathe. Settle those feet into the earth. Breathe! Beautiful. Big in. Tongue out. I'm Moonshadow. I come from 5 nations from the bloodlines that merge in my body. I'm here to help merge condor medicine of the South American tribes that I am connected to, as well as the eagle medicine that I'm connected to in the North American on Turtle Land, Turtle Island. I'm also here to merge galactic races and our indigenous peoples, as I have in a past life, to assist in bringing new birth. I'm here to serve through love, through medicine, my ancestors. This is a gift for you to spread as well. What you have in your hand is blessed tobacco and sage from Mount Shasta. I was in ceremony for days this spring up in the mountains vision questing. My mother took me there, deceased when I was 9, who also took me to that mountain and activated the medicine in me for the first year and a half of my life. She is here to help release you all, bring you freedom.
very important to my people that you all remember to stop asking, but yet give gratitude. We have been raised through religions to pray when we are in need, but that is not how our people do this. Our people give prayer and gratitude. Our brothers and sisters give offering for the things that are provided for us from Pachamama, from Mother Earth, from Father Sky, the wisdom from our star brothers, our ancestors, the waters that give you life. As I call in the four directions, I offer and ask you to set intention with your offering, with your prayer, with your gratitude. Forget the things you need, because if you are here, if you are breathing, if you are clothed, you do not need anything. You are whole within. Yes? Yes. Call me Mama Moon, because that is my source. These are our ancestors. Call in the ancestors of the north. We ask for the wisdoms of the winged beings. Turn to the east. Bring the wisdoms of the eagle.
Munirah Jesu Eki Hai Shema Ona Eti Esti Akai Etado Ua Hane Esti Amo Hani Ota
set your intention, we'll send them off with eagle. Because I was gifted a double eagle flute during my vision quest in Shasta.
love, your gratitude into that offering. When you are ready, you may release where you are called to. Ja, ito dami kiko na mahia kahia na. Untai iyan, ulaya ni pestay. Akabane na nete. Ate na iya ko na yate na. Halak ta makita na yun nate. Unta, lalele na mitiya na. Sundati. Mati kaki.
Naduhay ang kising niyang kanya. God bless you.
Nadiyan iki. Breathe, please. When the ground is in your DNA, it hurts. Why people always go, what can I do? You can do this. You can sit, you can hear, you can breathe, you can let it hurt as bad as it feels like it's supposed to hurt. I know we talked about tears earlier. Breathe. And by feeling it, it gets to be free, and we get to all be free. It has to transmute, and it's been here for so long. Thank you, breathe. Breathe in the gratitude and the love and the holy shit, look at our life. And what we're doing, that we're bringing it together. We're doing it. We've already won it. Inhale back to your bodies. Take your seats, everyone. Navigator, check systems. Hi, Cairo, Shekinah hello. Ekanae. Esekano itahiona. Make it so. So it is, Captain. Systems check. Check. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Blast off! That one gets me every fucking time, man. It's that startup, right? Well, how did we get screwed out of one of the new ones? I did not drink enough for this ship. Long way or hyperdrive? Hyperdrive. Okay. We're going in quick, we're going in fast. That's it. Yeah, look to your left, everyone, and you'll see the galaxies passing by. Whoop, there they went. How's everybody doing?
Great.
We're doing okay? Little emotion sickness in your life? Good. Dramamine? There are throw-up bags in the front. I'm probably COVID times, right? Post-COVID times. So, like, we had to cut staff, so I'm not really the usual, but I don't know.
welcome to Galactic Science. But we're just making her work. I don't have water. I don't have snacks. If shit goes down, strap yourself in and settle it, because you're just going to go back and start it all over again.
Thank you. Start to think about your blueprints. What do you want in your new Earth? Ooh, what does your new Earth look like?
Breathe, y'all. Been a good ride.
Who are you? Banda, what are you? Landing.
Okay, there we go. I got it. Give me a check to land. So I can land.
Landing. Check. System check.
Just a flash.
Alright. Here we are. What do you see? What do you feel? Who are you in this space? Permission to leave the ship is granted. Come back when I call. Or you may stay here. We are being boarded by friendlies.
Taking off to Earth right now? On Earth number 2!
It's so green.
still on Earth.
We're still here, yay!
Woo!
I just wanted to welcome you back again. Thank you for taking a time out to heal your body, to heal your spirit, to remind your spirit of who you are. Our talk is going to be about the destination unknown. So ask yourself, what's next? Ask yourself, where do we go from here? Ask yourself, what are we doing here? You know what? This is a song for missing persons.
She's got
I want to explain something to you, beautiful people. I'm going to get a little bit serious right now. Okay?
Okay.
And I just want you to open your heart and take it in. We hold this ceremony. This is a ceremony. Since you can't go to the pueblos and the villages, right? When you drive to the villages, what sign do you see? No other people than Pueblo people allowed in the ceremony, right? So this is why we hold a ceremony for you to send out your medicine to and to receive the medicine too. Because in the villages, this is why we gather. So we can talk to the elements. We can talk to the plants, the animals, the earth. This is why we're here. Me and Garrett are here to break that. Because we exclude all other races out of our pueblo. Because there are sacred items that can't be reviewed or viewed by other people. Because we trusted people to come in to the village and they didn't hold the space sacred. They ran over everything, they owned everything. We didn't want that. We wanted them to be part of it. But they disrespected it. So this is why we closed everything up. For you not to see, not to view. Because we have to hold things sacred. And let me tell you, some of the Pueblo people don't hold things sacred too. Okay? Indigenous people are bad alcoholics, drug addicts. Just like every one of us here. We've all played that part before. And when we're in ceremony, or when we're going into ceremony, it's supposed to be 4 months. You cleanse the body. Then it went down to 4 weeks to cleanse the body. Then it went down to 4 days to cleanse the body. What the fuck? So you're going to drink for 4 months, get stoned, get high, whatever, and then go into the kiva, which is the mother, the womb. This is why, things happen. Because we don't hold things sacred. This is why we just want you to be pure heart, clear mind, so you can receive and give also. Or would you rather have somebody out here to give you the medicine that's not right? Right? Or do you want somebody that's going to be pure of heart? It's hard for us to hold everything sacred because we're just human beings. And we fuck up too, man. And it's okay. But don't fuck up too much. We already fucked up the earth already. And here we are trying to fix it. Trying to hold it all together with duct tape and glue and, you know, band-aids over band-aids. And it's not healing because we're not healing. Just like Garrett and them were explaining, our ego takes over and says, I can do it better than you. I have more powerful medicine than you. And so you're just like me, man. I came from the same place. I played the same roles too. I was a professional drinker and a professional drunk driver too. I'll be truthful with you. I'm truthful. I don't want to hide anything anymore. It just goes back to holding things sacred again. Holding the temple sacred, respecting the body, respecting the mind, understanding that we do have help. We just gotta ask for it. We gotta clear it up. This is why we use frequency to help you clear everything out. So that way you can receive the frequencies, receive the healing for yourself. You're healing yourself. You're just utilizing this as a tool. I love you very much. We love all of you very much. And this is why we're holding a ceremony. This is why we want everybody to come in. Because when we gather, it's so powerful. You can probably see the light exuding from here, this center space, which is a reservation. You're on the reservation right now. So this is why we hold this space very sacred. Because it is the reservation, and this is what the ancestors want us to do. Is to say Tawa E. Thank you for allowing us to be here. Thank you for allowing us to have these experiences, whether they're good or bad. There is no more light, there is no more darkness. There is no Satan, there's no God, it's all the things that you created. You were told to create it. You were programmed to create it. Now it's time to deprogram it and manifest what you want. The big question is, what do you really want? We can ask for all kinds of things. What do we have? We have to speak from here. First, you got to love yourself first. You got to respect yourself first. And then the magic happens. Then you see the beauty in yourself. When you speak to other people, some random person comes up to you and tells you, oh, you're very beautiful. It's just your other self. Acknowledging. You look too sad when you're leaving this experience. Enjoy what you have. Have gratitude for what you have. This is the home for now. Thank you for creating memories. Because we miss those ones. that we created memories with. Imi amu salvage Nichelle. They did their work. And then they had to leave. We'll see you again. Dawa, thank you for creating beauty. Walk your walk. Talk your talk. Quit lying to yourself. Get out of your way. Surrender. Kumatsa. Thorel. Surrender.
Someone knocked on the door.
You gotta push it with your hips. Push it with your hip. Yeah, push it.
The Sasquatch. I don't need you, my friend.
Oh, yeah. Tigina mara ishote tiniata ka enia sapo shoyena enia tiniata kuwa hasenia shore enia ka ena asia nia to tsinera maniata ka ria tishine ena a owa seniata o papadia tishikete aranotore seniata nia tore. I say another more, I said the Keshe and an Arane at the Sototi, Esetare, Etikiniata, Shore, Eniata, Seti, Cochinemata, Keshe, Nia, Esetiketionia, Daka, Asete, Etenia Sata, Eniata, Toshoria, Ea, Koa, Aseniata, Sheenia, Eniata, Kashiniato, Eniata, Tata, Paniata, Journey, and Tigia, Ea. Eniata tishinia ararameniata ka aienia eniata tu ane ese etiato kohane enia shadia achichini ketiato koderinia enetia toto totiria tashenia ta kayania shadie. So some of the ancestors are here, and they're so excited because there's so many nations here right now, guys. I'm dead serious. Like, it's really crowded in here. And it always gets like this. We're so used to it. But by the end of this journey, by the end of tomorrow, all of the activations that have been uploaded, downloaded, transitioning you, there's going to be a lot of awakening during this whole shift experience, the holy shift experience. And they're just saying to give yourself a little bit of time to integrate it. Don't judge it. Really inhale it. You know, do the Ave Sa. You know, Ave Sa. You know, so you breathe it in and you accept it. And that's how you download it. You upload it, download it, however you want to say it. It's both the same shit. But you just Ave Sa. So every time that you are talking to somebody and they're getting some kind of information, it's like inhaling that information. And, you know, so always putting that conscious effort into it. Pay attention to your dreams tonight because there's going to be a lot of revelation.
Yep.
Yeah, and everything shifted the way it needed to shift today. There was a lot of stuff that had to happen. And when we're when we're getting prepared for an event like this, it's a lot. It's like so much because we're not working just on the third dimensional level. We are actually working on other levels as well. And so when I want to give up and I don't want to do this shit, and they're like, they're grabbing me like they're leading me and doing it for me, and I'm like, oh. And then I'm like, all of a sudden everybody's calling me and they're like, hey Tammy, I want to help you. And I'm like, fuck, I was gonna cancel. Hey Tammy, I need to buy a ticket. Shit, babe, we already sold 2 tickets. So I got pulled by the hair. So, and then I was so excited because I put a call out to everybody, and then Kelly was like, yeah! I had to reach out to my fellow tourists, because my tourists, they'll get done. It's like, come on, let's do it, you know, come on. And so then everybody started answering the call, and it was falling together, which I was hoping was going to fall apart. And then we kept doing this and getting it done, and I was literally like doing a lot of this like on my own, emailing and texting and all stuff. And I said, well, I don't know who's going to help. Oh, you know, and they were telling me, oh, you got to have ambassadors. Shit. Okay, so I have ambassadors. I know which ones to pick. And they send me all the information in my dreams and whatnot. And then everything's getting closer and closer, and it's like, well, some people are gonna come, they bought their tickets, and then some just drop off, they can't, because the frequency is gonna be so powerful that you might not be able to handle it, their body might not be able to take it. So if you look at everybody that's in your circle today, they're very powerful people to be able to integrate these frequencies. And it's not the Mean Girls Club, guys. I'm just saying that. People said, you know, it's about frequency. And if it does not resonate, it doesn't resonate, right? So it gets closer and closer, and there's all this animosity happening between certain people, and I was like, oh my God, I am so going through high school shit again, and I'm fucking 50 years old. I'm playing this game still, and I'm like wanting to cry, and I go to my room and I try to cry, and I can't cry, and I keep getting more mad, and I can't cry. I'm like, well, are you gonna let me cry, or like, no, you gotta keep going, you gotta keep going, keep going. So nobody's answering me back and all this stuff, there's all kinds of stuff. And then, damn it, right? We get fucking bullet holes through our fucking windows. Whoa. So our cute little, we covered them up with our stars. And then we had to analyze that and check it out. And it's like, okay, it's a shift, and it's for us to awaken. And this always happens right before. I'll get sick right before because they want to shut me down. The days. Or is it my other thingy? So there's the good Tammy and here's the bad Tammy. So, and we create that shit, right? And we have to sit there and think about it, and we're like, okay, now we gotta start putting boundaries. And this space is the sacred space. And yeah, I'm a fucking hall monitor, and you can call me a bitch if you want to, I don't care. I play every role you can think of. I play Sasquatch, I play all kinds. I won't call you a shit, for real. Because I've lived millions of lifetimes on this fucking earth, and I know this is my last dance, and I know I have to finish this. And after me will be my son. So I'm holding the space for the younger generation. And this is why I collaborated with Jasper. And I have to call him on his shit too. Hi, Jasper. Yeah. We love him because I know what he's going to be doing. So Sasquatch wants to say, what's the password? So you guys create a password, okay? What's the password? And then everybody was talking about like graduating. And so Natalie, bless her, she's not here, huh? She made this for me. That was me when I had green hair. There's my shoes. And there's my tattoos. And it says right here, there's a diploma. And it says, you graduated. That's when I graduated, guys. So we're asking you, did you graduate from all your tests? So, I guess what I'm saying is, you guys all made it here. You guys all took the leap of faith. You all jumped that threshold, and you came here. I know you're questioning it. I don't know, should I stay or should I go now? I don't know. And it gets rocky because these are new people you're gonna meet. How's this event? And then we start getting the red carpet mentality, and then I'm like, oh, that doesn't happen here. So I was really proud this weekend to see how everybody collaborates and helps each other, and everybody's really been helping us. And that was the hardest thing for me, is like allowing people to come and help. And I want to honor all you guys for like helping us to put this together and answering the call. I mean, I was like kind of like, oh my God, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do this shit. So, and I'm so happy because I had just gotten over a cold, and I was like, oh my God, I don't want to cancel. They're like, no, you can't cancel. You know, that shit is bullshit that happened to you now. And I was like, okay, so we pushed forward and we're here. And everything that we teach about has been taught about all day today, yesterday, and probably tomorrow. So it's funny because we'll look at each other and go, did you just say that? Right, guys? Yeah. And we're like, what? Terrell just repeated exactly what you said. I said, yeah, that was just like 15 minutes ago. So every time that coincidence happens, our timelines are closing up. And they're closing up, and everything is becoming one. Wow. So we're all becoming one. So we're closing out all the old timelines so we can transcend into the 5D. And so this is why we created hashtag codes, so you can get the downloads, so you can make it easier for you to transcend into the 5th dimension. We can't take all the old shit with us anymore. So whoever you thought you were 10 minutes ago, you're not that person anymore. So let go of the ego, let's kind of roll on, and let's hold hands, and let's march together. Like my routine now. Because we will carry on. And that was my message to all you guys. And I was honoring all the people before us and all the losses that we had this year and many years. We will always carry on. And that song always hits me. Because it is hard to carry on. But you want to leave a legacy. You want to leave that legacy. You don't want to just be like, oh, I was just a human for 10 minutes. You want to leave that legacy and make your mark, make your imprint. And how are you going to do that? And we're right here at this portal time where you can create the new world. And that's what my honey is talking about. I am a star being, and I never really paid attention to sacredness, because star beings want to get it done now. Let's get it done now. What, why are you playing drums? Why are you doing all this stuff? This is like, this is taking forever. Shit, let's get done. 2 seconds. So Garrett's like that. Right? 2 seconds, right? You can do it that fast. But the sacredness is of the earth. And we have to dance with Mama. We have to love Mama. Because we have to honor her. Okay? We have to bring it back to the sacredness. So when I was doing this path on my own, I didn't have that. And then when I met my honey, I was like, oh shit, I gotta do this shit? Well, why do we have to do that? That takes too long. So it taught me the sacredness of the earth. And I am the one helping the Avalonian beings. And he's helping the people from the underworld, which are all the natives. So this was our mission when we got struck by lightning, by the way. Okay? So on that mission, I was like, well, I'm already done. We're done here. So we've been waiting. Just kidding. So now it's finally happening. We're merging that masculine and feminine together, and there cannot be no division anymore, guys. We're done with the genders, the races. We're even done with, like, we have humans, but we have humanoids. So now we're accepting them, right? You know, those kids that have eyes that are further apart. Hello. You think there's going to be Star Brothers to come down and save you, and they're going to land in a 3D ship? Yeah, no, they don't play that game. I'm sorry. I know you guys want to see that, but that's not going to happen. So, the way they disclose themselves is in front of you, but we have to vibrate at 5D for you guys to be able to see them and play with them and talk with them. Now telepathically you can communicate with them, that's cool. But they cannot come next to you because you're not vibrating as high as them, and it will kill your body. So we have to elevate our bodies, and this is why we decided to start utilizing music. And as we started creating music, we started understanding that it has to be many different sounds, many different instruments to tap into every DNA strand to unlock the 144,000 DNA strand. So, don't stop me. And so that's why we're doing what we're doing. That's why we're doing all this musical instrument. And so we're going to be doing Portal to Ascension. So we're going to take you through all the portals. So you can go visit your families. How many families? How many nations? And as you're going through all the nations, you know, you're going to have different feelings, different senses.
My bad. My bad.
That was an instrument. That's the trumpet. We need a trumpet. So as you're going through a sound journey, usually you'll It was that alien right there. The Star Brother. So as you're going through this journey, you're going to feel a little bit of pinches. You're going to feel cold because you're ascending. You're leaving your body. That's what you're doing. You're actually going into the ethereal, and it gets a little coldy out there. So the blankie might not even help. But and the pinches are usually like attachments. So just explaining what's happening, okay? Don't play the trumpet. Make sure they're all off.
Turn them off.
Don't worry about the snoring. Ignore it. It's your journey.
Everybody in?
Yes. Yes. Who? Tara? She's in the back now. Okay, can't start till everybody's back. Make sure she's back. That Lori doesn't think she's done. Is she not fight? She's on the side. Uh-oh.
That
Can
should
you
go.
see? Can you see?
Okay, everybody. Relax. I know the frequency is pretty high in here. There's a lot of activations that happen. So I want everybody just to breathe in nice and deep. Hold it. Hold it. And let it out nice and slow. Breathe it in again. Hold it.
I